Hello, everybody. Saturday night. Welcome to the pub. Hope everyone's doing all right. Last Dance. Good to see you, man. Just Steve-O. English Bottle Cap. What is up, brother? Thanks for being here, everyone. We are rolling. A couple minutes late as usual, but it's the best I can do. So I do apologize. Let's turn that a little so we don't get the glare. Yeah, I hope everyone's had a nice week. It's a good weekend, long weekend here in the United States. So it is Memorial Day. Hi, Welshman. Of course, Memorial Day is a day of remembrance for those who gave their lives fighting for the United States of America. And to them. RW, good to see you, buddy. As I just said, Welshman, welcome. Last week was a good pub, good chat. Hope everyone enjoyed it. And we'll do the same. Let me see here. I saw, okay, just Steve-O with the Pabst Blue Ribbon and Maker's Mark. Interesting. Like two totally American beverages. Right? Where's Pabst made? Where's PBR made? Milwaukee. Right on. Cool. Yeah, cool. Right on. Right on, Steve-O. Hi, all in the chat, says Welshman. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. We've got this spending bill, or whatever you call it, that big beautiful bill, as Trump has called it, going into where are we now? I think we're waiting on a vote from the House of Representatives on that one. Is that right? Or did it pass both? Yeah, Last Dance is not following. Right. Well, whatever. We can get into that if people want to. We don't have to. It's in the news quite a lot, but I find that a lot of people here don't watch the news. So whatever. We talk about whatever. All good. Let me go ahead and get this guy on here. You ready, man? Yeah, cool. Johnny Grammaticus. Good to see you, bro. Welcome. Pabst Blue Ribbon, is it? Okay, cool. And I assume Maker's Mark is too. I know it's been around for more than a minute. How are you?
All right. How you doing?
Pretty good, thanks.
Yes. Grok tells me the big, beautiful bill passed by one vote in the House of Representatives.
Okay.
So we'll see how it does in the Senate. Hopefully,
so House votes first, Senate second.
Yeah.
So what were you going to say? Hopefully what?
Hopefully it doesn't pass. It's a disaster.
You don't like it?
No, it's just it increases the deficit even more.
Yeah, indeed it does. It cuts what I consider to be some essential things, and then this tax break thing, it increases it and extends it, which is a non-essential thing. It clearly seems like some high-level cronyism, like he's given rich guys a tax break. I mean,
that doesn't bother me. We just can't have any tax breaks.
That's what I mean. Like, I don't care either way. I'd prefer giving them to me, but
right.
I know they do pay a huge amount of taxes anyways. But yeah, the break is going to cost something like $800 billion just on the taxes alone. And that could amount to quite a bit more over time, depending on how like the bond market responds and things of that nature. But I don't know. Yeah, I mean, he goes all fucking hog wild and crazy with this Doge thing.
Yeah, exactly, with Doge, right? That's the front end is, Doge and its all its publicity and not, you know, and now the back end, you know, when we're done doging is 10 times worse than, you know, it was before.
Yeah. It's probably going to pass. It made it this far. They might have to rewrite it down to below halfway.
Yep.
I would say time to get the backup bottle this week, and then
I was thinking
you
that.
know,
Then it's not
Yeah.
a crisis when it runs out.
exactly. I hate it when you show it and it's like a half an inch. You're like, well, not that I care, 'cause it's okay if you don't drink. But what's on your radar? Anything on your sites?
Not much. It was
Well,
enjoyable
I'm
week.
talking about the next bottle of booze specifically.
Next bottle of booze. No, I don't have anything specific. I'll just go to Total Wine and Spirits and just
Yep.
look around and see what tickles my fancy.
You can't beat them, and often there's a bearded fellow working there that's got a big beer gut, and he knows every single thing that you could possibly want to know about whiskeys and scotches. And
Yeah, I mean, for me, I just want to try them all, you know, before I die.
right, yeah, right, and just develop your own opinion, right?
Now, if I try them all at once, I can die and try them all just like that, all in one swoop.
Simultaneously, yeah.
Simultaneously, yeah.
All right.
East
Eastwind.
Wind Farms, yeah.
Oh yeah, Welshman's here early, which is cool. We can get him going here.
Yep.
Bring him right in if you're ready for him.
I'm ready. I'm all steeled for him.
Fire it up.
Hey, Based. How's it going?
Good evening, chaps. How are you?
Good.
Pretty good. Thank you. Yourself?
Yeah, currently I'm at a festival, but it's a big washout.
Oh yeah, rain.
Yeah. I'm in my car. I left the tent.
Okay.
Wow, that bad?
Yeah.
Damn. Do you have a rain cover?
Yeah. Well, I just put the back parcel shelf in the tent and put all my belongings on the tent and slept in the car.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's tough, man. What's the forecast for tomorrow?
A little bit better, but it's like patchy all day. So.
Yeah, it's the same pattern we had here today. It was just a little bit of sun and then unstable rain and then hot, cold. Just kind of get that on Memorial Day weekend. It's pretty damn rare up here in the Northeast that we have spectacular weather for this weekend.
And what was funny, I thought there was a smoke machine going on in the main tent, and it wasn't a smoke machine, it was fog.
Jesus.
There was so much fog around. It
Mm.
was coming in, it was being blown in from from the outside, and it was fog, it wasn't smoke.
Hey, Smoke Steve, you see that that setting on the above the comments? It says show comments on stage.
It's a new thing.
Yeah, you
I
want
can
to
do that.
see how that works. Well, I don't see anything.
Well, I think the next guy is going to come up right on the screen, whoever the
Okay.
next commenter is. We'll
There
see.
we go. No,
It's
didn't-
in its beta stage here,
Yeah.
so
looks more like alpha if nothing shows.
exactly. See if I can be the first.
Oh, there it is. East Wind Farms, cup of tea. Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't
it's
know.
useful.
We'll try that for a little while, huh?
That's it. That tiny fucking thing down there.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's lame. You want it? You want to leave it on? I guess.
just for a little while, but I suspect that as we add people, it will get smaller and smaller.
Yeah, that's silly. Yeah, they need to. I was thinking it would overlay a person, but
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too.
Whatever, that's fine.
I was just watching a video about America sent a team over to the UK to find out what the fuck's going on with free speech in the UK. they've interviewed 5 people who have been arrested for silently praying outside or near abortion clinics.
Yeah, I'd heard about those.
So who
Yeah.
is this team? Like, are they sent by Trump?
Yeah, by your government. So,
Yeah.
Huh.
so Kirk was over here as well last week, and I can't remember what video I was listening to, but yeah. So
I've never really found him to be very interesting personally, but I know he's popular. So
I don't think they were connected.
okay.
Yeah, they weren't connected. He was just over at the same time.
Yeah, I don't. I honestly don't know much about that guy. I've listened to a little bit of his stuff, but it doesn't really do it for me. So, like, whatever. Who cares? He's apparently successful, right? I don't know. Is he?
Yeah. He's very successful. Yeah.
I don't like him.
What's your reasoning?
You know, I don't remember what I didn't like about him, but something about him just always rubs me the wrong way.
He's a bit of a Kia, but that's kind of what you would expect for someone in that position.
He's done that college tour that's been very, very successful, where he's going around and just asking, doing what Stephen Crowder was the first to do, where he's at the table and a sort of sign. It's basically the same setup, but it's been very, very successful.
Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
In fact, the left tried it. Some of their the content creators. They're quite young. Can't remember their names now. One's called Dean, and the other one's called Harry. And and they spent, I think it was 150 grand on their first event, and it was in direct competition to the right wing Kirk event, and no one turned up. No one.
Huh.
And they spunked all the cash on their first fucking outing.
Interesting. I mean,
Yeah, they got.
It's not much of a. Charlie goes up against these college kids who are kind of full of piss and vinegar, but they are just college kids, and they're ideologues, I guess. Like, they're trying to push their own thoughts and agendas, but they don't know anything really. They're kind of. I didn't in college. I thought I did, but it's not much of a competition for Kirk to go up against these kids.
And they ask the same generic questions, thinking they got gotchas. Where he and many other people that do this sort of thing on a weekly basis are well versed on all the the reports that say how to beat right wingers on trans issues, or how to beat them on AB issues, abortion issues, or whatever. And yet, they know all the answers. So yeah, you're going to be hard pushed to beat Charlie Kirk on a 1-to-1 in a 2-minute sort of gotcha sort of thing. You're going to be hard pushed.
Exactly. He's not an idiot by any means. So I've never really seen him in any other settings besides that. So, I honestly can't speak too much. Are you a fan of his, Welshman?
I mean, it is funny to see them sort of, spew their opinions sometimes so confidently, and so vitriol, sort of like with so much confidence and vigor, should we say? And then, obviously, their world position generally would be wrong or idiotic. I mean, I seen one the other day where the chap agreed to 9-month-old abortions. I mean, no one really thinks that should be allowed. Well, there is people out there, sadly, but
yeah, you would think he was just confused, or you would hope, at least.
no,
because
no. Basically, yeah. Just wow.
I'll maybe change that. You hope that he is confused, but maybe I don't know. I mean, regarding that subject, I tend to leave it up to those other folks, not myself. I thought John Roberts had a pretty good take on it, Supreme Court Justice, the lead justice, but his take was rebuked by the others, so that was not the route that they went with.
I mean,
So
the worst thing about the colleges and schools in the UK and in the Western world is that they're so indoctrinated. These kids would be otherwise very intelligent kids, and yet you can see how much they're sold into what they're being told, and they end up doing some sort of sociology degree, and then be a barista after 5 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah, some of them. I mean, you still get the ones that go into biotech, and they can earn $100,000 a year and do pretty well for themselves. And you get the business majors, but there's a lot of what you're talking about. But there has been a lot of that for 30 years, 40 years, probably in colleges and universities. The liberal aspect of it is been popular since, I would say, the late 80s, or
would you say it's been progressively worse? Pointless degrees that, realistically speaking, have no future in your life, and brainwash
possibly
kids.
But I mean, art history was a popular degree somewhat when I was at UMass. Think about it. Art history, what do you do with that? You either work at a museum, which there's very limited jobs, or you become a professor. Similar to philosophy. It's not much you can do with these things, but there's some majors that you can do a ton with. Do I knock people for doing that? Like chasing their passion? I don't know. Is it worth taking on $100,000+ worth of debt for something that is going to be extremely difficult to find a job doing? Probably not the smartest thing to do.
So what percentage of university students end up doing or using the degree in future employment?
I would guess I don't know. That's a good question for Grok.
Yeah.
Well, I think I know the answer, but I do recall it. Do you want to give me a guess?
You're talking every single college grad that grads 20%.
Well, because like engineers, which is a reasonably huge number, they all tend to work in their profession, in their major.
Engineers would have a high rate of going with their major into their profession, but there's other ones I would say that have an extremely low rate.
Yeah.
What do you think, Steve?
I'm going to say higher than 20%. I'm going to say about 45%.
Well, I think it's 48% end up using
not bad.
Their degree in future employments, because basically the majority of the degrees are pointless in future employment. They don't serve any purpose.
So here is what Grok says. According to one's 2023 survey, about 46% of college graduates work in jobs directly to their major. However, a 2013 study from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York reported a lower figure, estimating only 27% of graduates had jobs closely related to their major. More recent analyses suggest the rate can range from 46% to 55%, depending on the major.
So I mean, even you could be right in some ways there, Lars.
Well, I'm definitely at the lowest possible end.
Yeah, but we're there or thereabouts. I mean, you put yourself into £100,000 worth of debt, 50% of you won't even fucking use it.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, let's say 50%. That's really that's
You may as well go around the world.
terrible.
You may as well go around the world for 18 months.
Right.
At least you'll have a life
Yeah.
to talk about. Instead, you're
Chris
gonna be-
Wright. Chris Wright asks, "Is $100,000 good in America? 100 grand a year?" I was kind of insinuating like out of the gate, first 5 years in a northern city. But no, that's and depending on where you are in this country, down south, $100,000 goes a lot further than up north. Let me put it to you that way.
Yeah,
It used, you know,
it's metropolitan area by metropolitan area,
right?
not just up north, but like LA and San Francisco and so on, San Diego are also
Probably like
high
Atlanta,
cost
I
of
would
living.
think. Is Atlanta in that ball game?
I don't really know
Ballpark?
what
Okay.
Atlanta's like.
Can you
Okay.
imagine though saving up all that cash for your daughter or son to do some college degree or some university degree, and they do some really shitty degree, something you think, what the fuck? Where's that gonna go? What's that gonna take you? It's like some psychology bollocks. Like, oh fuck.
Yeah,
Guess you gotta let him chase it.
I don't
Right.
do. I don't know what do graduates of, let's say, art history or political science, what do they think? What was their plan when they were 18 years old? And when I was 18, I didn't know anything, but I had a plan. It didn't. It was based on knowing nothing, but I still had a plan. What are these political science and art history majors? What's their plan?
Yeah.
Well, I know
exactly.
two poli sci
Okay.
majors. The only two that I know, and both of them work in government, and they're doing okay.
Well, yeah. Did their major help them, become better, help them be qualified for their jobs?
I don't know. They're both like very personable and well spoken, so I think that probably helped. The major gets your foot in the door, and then your personality and your intelligence is going to go the rest of the way. I would assume if you're a
Yeah.
dope with the fucking poli sci degree, you're not going to go very far.
Mind you, working for the government is going to be the custiest job in the fucking world.
Yeah,
Someone who worked for the government, I can tell you that the dope who's the poli sci major might actually do very well. In the federal government, can't speak for every other government.
fair. Art history. I've known a few people that have gotten degrees in that. It is a grind trying to get in at a museum. There's a lot of people trying to get these jobs, and they don't pay much. Then you have to go full tilt and get the PhD in it in hopes of becoming a professor, which is a possibility, but gosh, the amount of schooling to do that is unbelievable.
There's not that many art museums.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
I mean, if AI is going to do what they say it's going to do, it's going to take a lot of these jobs, especially a lot of these jobs that a lot of the computerized jobs and stuff. So what jobs will be left? Practical jobs like plumbing, carpentry, and stuff. Where would they be left? There, they'd be full.
Yeah.
Yeah. And a lot of the self-made millionaires and whatnot these days are starting companies for everything from flooring installation, flooring removal, designing of different various like niche machines that do certain things, or a lot of high-end earners now own like multiple car dealerships. It's like, and a lot of those guys don't have college degrees, so let's say you're 18, you get all your skills in a trade, a vocational type setting, you go into plumbing, and maybe night classes, you take business school classes. Then when you become your master plumber, you get your license number, you start your own business, you start hiring other guys, you get a few vans. Then you're not fucking bending over and doing the work anymore. All you're doing is charging $120 an hour per plumber that you employ, paying them $50 an hour, and the rest goes to the company, and you pay yourself a fat salary out of all that. The more guys that you have employed for you, the more money you make, and the company can just keep growing and growing and growing.
Yeah, but like I said, if you're a computer programmer now, you're basically panicking a bit because you know what's coming next with AI, and that plumber down the road that you thought wasn't earning cash was always earning cash. It just so happens in the foreseeable future he's going to earn more cash and you're going to earn very little. Oh, the
Right.
table and the perception will change.
RW saying 100,000 is about a quarter of a house in rural NC. Yeah, it's not much. 400K doesn't get you much up here.
Good evening, RW.
He's here, but I don't
Hey
think
guys, I have bad net, so I'm kind of sitting back.
no problem. Other people eating up your bandwidth, or is it just one of those nights?
Anytime I try and do the pub with you guys, the internet just disappears. So,
Wow.
well, with me
And you're on the Starlink?
right now, I'm actually using my phone.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. All right. Well, your connection sounds solid. So thanks for hanging out, bud.
No worries, man. Happy
Always.
to be here.
Always good to have RW.
Yep.
Cheers.
Anything?
I am a little confused though. I'm a little
Go ahead.
confused. Last Dance.
Yeah.
Last Dance was talking about the cringe bill, or what's it called again? The big beautiful bill.
Big beautiful bill. Oh God.
The fantastically awesome bill.
Yeah.
And is it true that the Libertarian Party is not a big fan of taxes?
It is true.
Okay. So you're at kind of loggerheads with your own party because you know that we need to tax the crap out of our citizens to float, or how does that work?
No. The Libertarian Party is its simple position is low taxes or no income taxes and very little to no government spending. So, the Libertarian Party would never consider running a deficit, for example. So no debt either.
What is the
We
solution?
do not have the Libertarian Party history. We have a party. We have the Democrat and the Republicans, each taking turns running enormous yearly deficits, and now we have $36 to $37 trillion in debt.
Yeah, 37.
And each year that we have to pay off $1 trillion just in interest before we even begin to spend money on anything else.
So, but what is the solution? Like, if
The solution is to cut spending and then cut spending some more.
where?
That's the solution. Everywhere. Defense, health and human services, everywhere. Everywhere in the budget.
You spend more on defense than the I think it's like the other top 50 combined.
And it's still not enough, in my opinion.
Well, there we are.
So,
There's a problem.
who here is for and against the Golden Dome?
Oh, fuck the Golden Dome.
The only Golden Dome I want is Trump's hair. But
Yeah.
it's,
All right. Welshman, are you against the Golden Dome as well?
I don't know
What's
what
the
it
Golden
is.
Dome? Is it like the Silver Dome?
It's like
It's the Iron
it's
Dome.
like the
that's
Iron
golden.
Dome, only it's
That's it.
America, so it'll be more expensive and less.
No, because if anyone bombs you, it's game over anyway. So
Exactly.
you'll spend trillions, because it mostly costs trillions, on something that basically would be a waste of fucking time in the first place.
And it's destabilizing because countries like Russia, let's just, we'll ignore China. Russia will have to counter that somehow.
The
which
Red Dome.
They'll either have to come up with their own dome or come up with ways to defeat our dome. And if they come up with ways to defeat our dome, then we will have wasted all that money for nothing. Plus, it also it destabilizes in the sense that mutually assured destruction is a doctrine that we've all kind of grown. We've all grown up around, and I hate to say it, but it's worked. And the minute you start preventing somebody from assuring your destruction, you might be tempted to have a first strike. The Dank Brandons of the world might be tempted to drop their nukes on Russia because they're angry about Ukraine.
Mm.
You look at the landscape now, and neither party would ever do that. But who knows what the future is going to bring?
What generally happens though, last dance? What generally happens between Russia and America and
Oh my
China,
God.
but traditionally Russia,
There you go,
is
Steve.
that? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Is that one will get a super high jet to go like supersonic, really high. Then the other one will steal it somehow with double spies, and they're like, the next thing you know, you'll see it appeared in Russia. Looks very similar, it's slightly different, and this goes on forever. And it's the same. It's the same with the nuclear secrets that got sold.
Exactly.
It's, India and Pakistan. As soon as they sold it to India, the guy that sold it to India knew he would sell it to Pakistan, and he did. The same guy.
Yeah, well, I mean, in my opinion, the dome is only there's potentially the things that are going to cause great harm in this country. The people possibly have already been let in our incredibly lax border situation over the last so many years. They might already be here.
Yeah, I mean the dome.
You're going to build a dome over the top of these lone actors or whatever you want to call them that could end up wreaking havoc here.
Right.
I remember they can order every part on one of those drones. They can order it on Alibaba or any of those sites individually, and it'll easily get into the country.
Yeah, I mean
the mechanics of building a war drone.
Sure.
I mean, you can argue that the Golden Dome. I can't say that without laughing.
The beautifully
Golden Dome, which will emit golden showers. The Golden Dome was designed to stop countries like Iran and North Korea that are kind of perhaps a little too bit apocalyptic to really be to really count on mutually assured destruction as being a viable scheme. But
deterrent, you mean?
Yeah, deterrent. Thank you.
So you're saying that North Korea is so fucked that they would just be like, well, we're already in such shit shape anyways that
something like that. Or the problem is that the real problem is that it's kind of a one guy state. And if the one guy, if his syphilis finally kills that last neuron that's controlling his impulses, then he could just order a nuclear strike, and there's nobody there to hang up the phone.
Hey, don't worry, the Rocket Man knows the phone.
Yeah.
I got a bigger button than he has.
Yeah,
and also
that's
they've
beautiful.
probably got some Rocket Man lookalikes. I'm thinking.
You're right, probably.
And
they all look alike to us.
If a couple months even go by, and then this guy, they say this is him, and people are like, that kind of looks like him, and everyone's saying it's not him, but they can just say it's him, and what the hell are we going to do anyways?
Yeah.
If anyone in the country says it's not him, they'll feed you to the dogs, so
right.
the guy could live forever, and he hits a hole-in-one on every hole when he plays golf.
With a man who golfs like that, you don't want to make him an enemy.
Exactly.
It's like Putin's got many aliases. So is Zhong Ping, whatever his name is, and of course Putin is like black belt in judo and karate, and he can beat up any martial arts expert. In fact, he's done it on display multiple times.
Nothing like your Boris Johnson when he fucking nailed that little kid in the rugby display. That still goes down as one of the best world leader. I mean, can you imagine if like Trump did something like that? God Almighty, we'd never see the end of it. Was that played like day after day on TV
Yeah,
over there when he
yeah,
did that?
it is. Yeah,
Dude,
I mean, it reappears, and every time it reappears, everyone smiles and thinks, "What a fucking idiot!"
was he falling, or he was like big guy
What-
falling forward but trying to stay up?
He was
And
giving it the full. He was giving it the full beans. I mean, what are you doing?
So he nailed the kid with his
I
shoulder.
mean, he's super unfit. You know what I mean? I mean, literally went in there thinking it was like the cup game last minute.
Yeah, I mean, he's
I'm
not
a little
far from
confused though. The not
Farley.
spending part. So spending less money, right? So that we have a lower debt. That basically means not just keeping the status quo and not adding anything to the nation more. It's doing even less. I don't see how that's also a good idea.
But also the cuts in taxes are going to mean a huge dip in tax revenue, and that's going to cause a problem, because if you can't use your own money that you've collected from taxes to pay for the essential things like military or whatever, running the government, then you have to borrow more against the national debt.
Is there any
So-
offset from the tariffs?
I don't know that the tariffs are on again, off again. I don't know that they've ever collected a penny of tariff money yet.
Where would we be able to pull that kind of information? I guess it's not the first quarter, so we don't have that, or how does that work?
I don't know. I'm sure there have been estimates, and Grok will probably have.
But those are just speculated
Soon.
estimates.
Yeah, I'm sure there's no.
How does America normally get that information? Like legit information?
I don't know. Maybe the Department of Commerce keeps track of that.
Okay.
I think wow, YouTube rejected a comment. Interesting.
Wow.
By you?
By me.
It had a
Wow.
word it didn't like, probably.
There's so
Sick.
many of those. I thought you could get by that because you guys
Right,
are mods.
check if it was that word. Put it down again, just the
Okay.
words, to see if
I
that
did
word
put it
comes up.
down. Yeah, and it came back. It's fine. Sambo.
Oh, so
I've
it
had-
senses.
Yeah, I've had comments that have been rejected, and then I would retype the exact same comment, and it's accepted. So it's just some truly idiotic and annoying algorithm that does it. It's not a.
Let me write the comment I wrote before, which was Sambo actually. And yeah, that Sambo actually gets rejected, but Sambo
Okay.
does not. And that's in response to McGrandy saying judo, not karate. I think it's Sambo that he's a master of. But yeah, look it up.
Well, put in actually, just to see if actually gets kicked.
And no way. It's got to be the combination of the two.
Yeah, I know, but just for my brain, just put it in just to see.
Actually, he's fine.
Okay.
Sambo actually is not fine.
Somehow, it's
Sambo's fine.
Sambo actually is judged racist by the algorithm.
Was
Okay,
there
so-
was there something from like the 1920s Sambo,
Yeah.
like
Little black
racist.
Sambo.
a racist cartoon character,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. I had no idea.
Okay.
So-
Yes, it's a little bit spicy, the Sambo, but anyway. So you know my stalker, my YouTube
Yes.
stalker. So
Yes.
basically, I was on a panel the other day, and he turned up, and he started screaming about me on an American panel,
Uh-huh.
saying that he's been listening in and saying that I want people to be deported and into without due process. I'm like, yeah, illegals, the MS or their terrorist organizations to do with Mexico or
Did
South
he,
America.
Did he porn bomb the?
No, he didn't.
Yeah.
But he's clearly here now, listening in.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah. So you might see him you might see a troll account of his like that you won't
Yep.
recognize.
Well, thanks for the heads up.
Yeah, he's definitely in here like ghosting anyway.
Well, welcome, sir. And McGrandy, I don't know if he's kidding or not. Maybe he isn't. Like, he's an old guy. He ate at Sambo, and then it became Denny's. That's interesting. That would have been the name of a restaurant, but frankly, I had completely forgotten about the derogatory aspect of it. So I would.
I didn't. As soon as you said it, I thought, oh, spicy.
Yeah, I've thought of it from the UFC. There was some really good. In fact, I think one of the guys in Ukraine is an ex-UFC fighter, and he was a Sambo master. So
What is it?
Just-
I've never heard of it.
It's a martial art, then, is it?
yes, it's
I never heard of it.
it is originated in the Russian FSR of the Soviet Union during the 1920s. It's an acronym of Samozachye Brez, fucking Russian words. Self-defense without a weapon is what it means. It's sort of an acronym of that. It's a lot like, it's not unusual to think it looks like judo, but with some bone-breaking stuff there too. So it's definitely effective. Good martial art for sure. Who do we have here? Hey, look who it is.
Oh.
Sambo in the flesh. I'm gonna run and do my thing. You can let him in whenever you're ready to. Last dance.
Oh, don't put it on me.
That's what I do now, in case you haven't noticed. I let you have everybody come in.
Yeah.
You're like the bouncer. You're the doorman.
All right.
You're quicker. You're quicker with the buttons.
Can be.
Hey, McGrand.
Hey, buddy. Appreciate it.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Good evening, McGrande. How the devil are you?
I'm
Gotta have-
good. Thank you, Based.
Got to have McG next to Based.
There you go. Let's make this proper.
Yeah. How's your week been?
Well, it's an abnormally warm season. It's
Really?
getting warm very quickly, and it's good though. I swim and everything, so
It's been abnormally cool up here in Maryland.
I know. I saw that in the Northeast as well. So I'm sure that paradox will diminish soon.
Yeah.
Anyway, good for you guys, because embrace it.
Yep. It's enjoyable.
How far are you from? I don't know. I know you're in Maryland. I don't know if you're in Baltimore or not, but I don't know if you're a coastal Maryland person, because I've been to Hagerstown. That's pretty nice.
Yeah. Last time. See, are you a Maryland man?
Yeah, I live closer to Baltimore.
So, so you got coastal influence, which is good.
No, it's I think it's mostly
Is your surname Garcia?
no.
Maryland man.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Different county.
I actually have cousins that are named Garcia, my friend. What's your fucking problem?
It's a pretty common name, actually.
I know.
Yeah.
It's like Smith. It's the same thing. Especially in America, Dave.
Well, it's a common Spanish name, I believe, and so it's
Well,
also common in Spanish colonies,
and it's also Spanish, very common in America.
and it's common in America.
I mean, it's common in Mexico, and one of my best friends in the world is a Garcia. So
I think it might have something to do with how good the Americans are with geography, and obviously Maryland in Maryland man, should we say?
All right. I've sent some baiting there. I am not taking that bait. There goes that hook, buddy.
Hey, Dank's in
Anyway,
chat.
You guys were talking about something earlier about finding research on, there was something, RW, what were you talking about? Can I find something?
Tariffs, how much have we
looking up-
collected?
Yeah, I'm
Oh,
looking up data on the tariffs and
Okay,
the GDP.
so, well, the GDP, first of all, that's gross domestic production.
Mhm.
There's quarterly reports on that, and that's very important to look at because
Yeah, we're at negative 0.3% right now.
if, well, the definition of a recession is 3 negative GDP quarters. That means officially you're in a recession. So I hope that's helpful. I don't know where we're going to be on the tariffs.
Didn't they change that recently? Was it 2? Was it 2 months consecutive a while back? Has it been moved to 3? Because I thought.
No, there was an effort by the Trump administration to change the calculation, but for the last
No.
at
I'm
least
on about.
30 years,
It was
No,
actually
I'm
the Biden administration.
Yeah, I was just saying, I'm on about a couple of years ago. I'm not on about now, mate. Why do you make things up?
well, I just
Because I was going
Interjection.
to, I was going to interject and say, no, I'm not on about in the last 6 months. I'm on about like 2 years ago. I heard they were going to change the definition of a recession by increasing the months from 2 to 3. And last
Well-
time, it's jumped in just before and said, yeah, that was Biden.
well,
Quarters,
first of
yeah.
maybe my confusion was based on the fact that I said it was on a quarterly basis, which is 3 months, not 2 months, and so I apologize for that, based because
I just
I
want to
said
share some
quarterly.
stuff real
Where'd you
quick.
get the
3
trumpet
months.
from?
Pardon me?
Where'd you get the trumpet from? I mean, I remember in time, a lot of time.
Like I said, let's carry on with the general conversation. I don't have to interact with you, based.
All right, real quick, I want to give some data out. So as per the commerce, whatever department, we are the first closing quarter is at negative 0.3 GDP percentage, and the predicted closing GDP for the second quarter of 2025 is estimated at 2.4% annualized growth as per Federal Reserve Bank GDP Now model. So my 2 cents is that we
2.4.
took a massive hit with the tariff rework, and we are about to hit zero ground. And if we can maintain upward projection, we'll be positive. So it won't be 2 quarters in a row of negative GDP.
So
No,
did you say
it's
2.4?
It's actually 3 quarters in a row that defines a recession. Has to be 3 quarters. That's
Gotcha.
how it works.
So
So
our time,
3
that's-
quarters of the
saying-
year, negative
going-
GDP defines a recession. 3 quarters.
okay,
Not
if
20,
somebody,
not 2 months. It's
Yeah, we get that. We get
Oh.
that.
okay.
Okay,
Well, they don't seem to get it.
RW, did you say that
Don Browning, all right.
the GDP
Don, what up, darling?
was negative 0.3, but in the next quarter it's going to be plus 2.4.
Well,
It's
that's a
closing at
projection.
0.3
That hasn't been
negative, and
realized.
it's projected to be
That's
positive
projected.
2.4.
Has not been realized.
Well, that's
And the
a
problem
huge.
Is
That's
the
huge.
methodology of analysis in the future. Because
Okay,
we all
okay.
know that the federal government can't be trusted any further.
RW in the UK,
Not the feds.
our general increase is 0.1%, 0.2%, 0.3%, 0.4%. It is so fucking low. So to jump from 0 to 2.4, and they're predicting that's going to happen. Even if
Right.
you
People
get
can
1
trust
point,
the market.
even if you get 1.4.
All right. Wait.
That sounds like a rosy prediction to me.
Yeah,
I think
it does.
a little bit.
And that's actually irresponsible for us to base any future planning on that estimation because it's, first of all, there's you guys have to understand, there's real questions with this administration and its projections.
Right, but that's based off the Federal Reserve Bank.
Well,
The Federal Reserve, I see.
an independent entity, by the way.
Of
An
course.
Right, that has
independent
a hell of a
entity.
lot to do with the economy.
They're the ones doing the
Independent
estimate.
Entity.
Yeah.
And
They're the ones
there's
doing-
a reason for that.
They're
It
the
is
ones doing the
free from
estimate,
political
McGran.
Guys,
bias.
can you
know
listen
what?
to
You
Last
guys
Dance
are
a
all
minute?
playing
Stop
the
talking,
MAGA
McGran, and
agenda.
listen.
I can see it.
Stop
It's
talking,
tickling me.
McGran. Stop talking.
All right.
The
It's
go on.
the
last,
Federal
la-
Reserve. It's the Federal Reserve doing the estimate, and you say that they're not to be trusted.
oh,
I'm not.
Yeah. Well,
All right.
yeah.
No, he said, they said. I
No,
didn't,
it's
he
coming.
didn't say the Federal Reserve said.
Who does the estimate? RW.
RW said, they said.
Oh
The
God!
Federal
Honest to
Reserve.
God.
No, it's an interpretation. What is your source? Your source is somebody
Federal
from the Trump
Reserve.
administration, probably from the Treasury Department. Have you seen that
Uh,
stooge, the Secretary of
God.
Treasury? Have you seen him? Let's
You,
be
Peter
honest.
you want to
Navarro?
listen?
We're here
Is
You
that
want to
Peter
listen to
Navarro?
analytical.
Is that Peter
McGran,
Navarro?
what did RW say?
No. RW, go ahead.
What
You
did he
gotta make
say?
it.
Federal Reserve.
I'm testing you to see if you listen.
He said, they said, there was a projection of a 2.5
No, he
increase.
didn't say
in-
And
that.
then he said who projected it. Did you hear him?
Who?
The Fed.
The Fed.
The Fed. Based on
His
what's
article.
the-
Assuming his art, but still, even if it's the Fed, it's still, I think, a
There's no
rosy
way.
projection. It's not
There-
going to help Jerome Powell to give a
that
doom
is-
and gloom projection. Of course,
that-
it's smart for him to
No,
give a
he's not
happy
gonna do that.
projection.
He's above
saying
that. He's above that. I
I
guarantee
don't
you
think
that did not come from his fucking office.
It's
guarantee you
possible it didn't, but either way, I'm saying
Okay,
it's a projection. So whether it came
could
from
you
one
fact
or
check
the
that?
other,
We'll
it's
accept-
irrelevant.
Can you
Anyway,
fact check that RW where it came from, please, mate?
It's literally atlantafed.org. It's the Fed.
Okay, so
Links
there
in
we
the
go.
AtlantaFed.org is the Fed.
Yes,
The
it's
Fed.
the Fed. And they say
the
projected
Atlantis.
growth is 2.4% in the current quarter.
In the current quarter, he's saying projected in the next quarter.
Well, the current quarter's not finished,
Second-
so it is projected.
Wait.
Second quarter. What are we arguing here? Like what?
so
what
you're
is
Yeah,
this argument?
yeah. What are we actually arguing here? Because literally,
What we're dealing
you're
with-
literally arguing
what we're
semantics
dealing
at the
with
moment.
Is we have to be critical of all the
No,
data that
you,
comes out of
you,
this
you're
I
just
agree,
a
McGran.
propagandist.
I'm with you there, McGran. Right? It's garbage in, garbage out. Who knows what the
Yeah.
Fed's getting for data
It's-
from the federal government, right? So I'm with you.
And you
there.
know what? That did not come out of that guy's mouth. I guarantee you.
Whose
Well,
mouth?
it came out of his
Did not come out of
website.
Powell's mouth.
Jerome
It came
Powell.
from his. I mean,
Did
it's one of the
come out of his
regional
mouth.
feds. It's the Atlanta Fed, but that counts.
Now-
Atlanta Fed.
Let's stay on track with this.
All right, go ahead.
You guys mentioned the Fed's a private. I consider it almost pseudo-private. It's kind of this bizarre in-between entity. But one thing has been established: it's outside of the. Is it true that it's outside of the control of the executive branch?
Yes.
It's not exactly clear. It's pseudo independent, quasi governmental. It's a bizarre.
Can Trump fire him, Powell?
As far as I don't know.
Well,
it would be challenging.
let's put it this way: if he could, he would have.
Well, he joked about firing Fauci in the past.
Yeah.
And then he more recently joked about firing Powell.
Well, and first of all, give him no credence. Please understand you're dealing with a madman. We're here as sane individuals. He is
I
not
don't know.
sane.
I don't know.
He is
McGran.
not sane.
I'm willing to say I'm sane. I'm not
You are
willing to-
sane.
I'm
We are
not
here.
willing to say you're
We are here to
Circular
save
reasoning,
this
my
nation.
man.
We are here to save this nation. We are not here to pay tribute to that. Anything he says is like snake venom. Man.
My granddad, I'm the second maddest person on this panel.
I'd say he makes this big beautiful bill. I think it's a big beautiful pile of
Yeah.
shit.
It's
frankly.
It's an insult. It's a fucking thrust. It's an effort to push. It's a test. It's 2025 agenda all the way. Just
Jack.
look at that fucking guy. He look like Goebbels, man. This is insanity.
You mean
I am
Stephen
telling
Miller?
you. Yeah. This
Stephen
is,
Miller.
this is like fucking something out of a science fiction movie. I'm
He is
telling
kind of
you.
What
I'm
is this
telling you.
20? What's this 2025?
I'm telling you,
thing?
1960
Well-
science
well,
fiction writers
Tell me,
would have had a heyday with this shit. You
Tell me,
cannot believe what's going
McGrandy,
on right now.
McGrandy, tell me about this 2025 business. Tell me.
Dude, exactly what's happening. They're
Well,
defunding everybody.
Google it. Google
They're
it.
making the
I'll give you a chance to
poor
Google
poor.
it so you can tell us.
I've done it, dude. They're making the poor people poor. They're stealing the money
Really?
they can, and they're
Well,
making the
Google it,
richer
mate.
richer.
Don't have
It's as simple as that.
We know you got
It
form.
may
We know you
sound
got form.
it may sound too amazing for you to imagine. You coming from a socialist country where you got basic benefits, you don't have to pay for medical care. You may not understand what's really going on. How children are being denied free fucking lunches, fucking free breakfast, snacks being cut. This is an atrocity.
Exactly, cup of tea.
It's a fucking assault on the American fucking working man. It's a fucking
So
insult.
don't you have something
It's an
called food
insult.
stamps?
And you don't
Don't you have something
understand
called
that.
food
I had
stamps?
enough. I said enough.
I mean, is it me or is it all the people in the food stamps queue are all obese?
Oh, you fucking idiot. You know what?
Is
Keep
it?
talking to
Is
you.
it?
Just fucking continue
it?
to expose yourself for what you are.
Is it?
You're goddamn MAGA, goose walking, racist. It's amazing.
Randy, he's not even American. He can't be MAGA. He
He
wants to
goose
make,
walks.
he wants to make Wales great again, not America.
He jerks
So let me
off
ask
to
you
that
this.
shit. He jerks off to that shit. I guarantee you. He's got.
I
He's got his
last
own
dance
I
to
don't
Steve.
know how you can say that. He's
Stalin, fucking-
Last
been on
dance
the
to
bed for
Steve.
so long.
Last dance to Steve. Now I said it to trigger, and I've successfully done so. But I would suggest there's a bit of truth in that. Do you see a lot of fat people paying in food credit tokens?
Mm.
I'm not going to say it's uncommon, but now
You're
they
not
have.
going to say it's uncommon. Okay, that's
Well,
good enough
here's
for me.
the problem, buddy. Here they give them cards now that look exactly like debit cards, so you can't tell who's
Damn
using federal money.
But you
anymore.
you used to, didn't you? Or what was it like back in the day? Would you think, oh, there's a bit of a chubster in it?
Oh my
Yeah,
god!
well, I mean, this is all this. There's also a thing called People of Walmart. There's a web page, and if you happen to go ever to Walmart, you will see quite a few people of Walmart, and a lot of them are a whole lot of person. You know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about? And these people don't have a lot of money, and it just goes to show you when you eat cheap because you don't have the dough, you're eating like shit. You're not eating fresh food, and that's what
there's
happens.
Sadly, there's a bit of truth to my outrageous statements.
No.
Yeah, so now
is not.
let's bring that a step further. Here now in the federal government, they're talking about restricting the ability of them to be able to buy sugary foods, shitty foods
Soda.
with things of that nature. Yeah.
Fuck soda. Soda should be gone a long time ago.
No, but I mean, is that legit to take the choice out of the person's hand and say, here, you can have
It's
taxpayers' money, but you can't buy soda, you can't buy
Well,
Twix bars.
McGrandy wants to ban soda. He'll ban alcohol next week. Then he'll ban red
no,
meat
what I'm
the week
saying is-
later. McGrandy loves to control people's lives.
No, you don't understand. Welshman,
motherfucker. I'm a goddamn smoker.
you don't understand. Welshman, right now, this is the thing. They
How
won't
dare
ban-
wait there, Steve? How dare you then try and ban soda if you're a smoker? What a hypocrite!
Oh yeah, okay.
What
I'll
a
be a
fucking
hypocrite if you admit to being a hypocrite because you're a
No,
goddamn.
I don't.
You
I
know-
don't
you
want
know
to ban.
what?
I
You
don't
know
want to
what?
ban
You know who
things.
you are,
I don't
Base?
want to ban
I
things
know
like
what
you.
you are, Base.
You want to
are a
ban
man
things.
who will allow people to die in the English Channel who are trying to fucking
Here
survive.
we go.
You will
Here we
allow
go.
people to die, children in boats
Hey,
trying to come across. You will
last
allow
dance.
people to die
This
in
is why he's getting
all
angry.
parts of the world
because I
because
just
you don't
proved what a
want them in
hypocrite
your
he is.
neighborhood. And I know who you are. You're a
Okay.
selfish Welshman. And guess
Okay.
what? We live in different worlds. So I
You
can't
the-
help you.
The
I
sad,
can't
the
help
sad,
you anymore.
the sad
That's
thing.
it.
The sad,
Steve,
the
thank
sad,
you. Steve, you
This
did a
guy-
wonderful job tonight.
Here,
Okay,
listen, you got you're
McGrandy,
missing-
McGrandy, let me just finish. That's fine. It took me 10 minutes to get you on the hook, and it took me about 2 minutes after to get you on the hook. You're a hypocrite. You want to control people from drinking soda, but then you don't want to ban smokes.
Yeah.
That's what you do. You want to control people. That's all you're about.
You're missing the point. The Republicans want to ban soda right now.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
not the
yeah, and
McGrandy's.
And McGrandy. I don't want to.
Oh my God.
That's
This-
a MAGA position,
It's
McGrandy.
a MAGA position. Yeah.
Well, that's fine. I don't care.
Good for you.
I haven't had a soda in goddamn fucking.
So
2 years.
he's a MAGA loving hypocrite.
Oh my God. All right. You know what the beauty of this show is, Steve? Is it reveals how pointless this guy's argument is. He's coming after me for saying shit like that. It's absolutely insane.
Just think about what you
And
think
I
about what
think
you're
you all
talking about.
agree.
Your
I
expense.
think you all agree that Based is happy I'm here because I give him a little bit of joy. Guess what, you little fucking Welshman? I like that. I'm here for the same thing.
Yeah, but
And don't worry, I'm never gonna jerk you off, dude. I'm never gonna do that.
Well, I'm not being funny.
And-
Yeah, you leave that one to yourself. But I mean, you are a hypocrite, and you just proved it. In 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm a hypocrite. You keep repeating yourself. Come up, give me some new material.
Well,
Steve, I don't want to take over
Well,
here.
give it about 10 minutes, and
Let's
we'll have
move
another
on.
go on it.
I'm only a participant. I don't want to be the center stage here.
Well, you're the most interesting person around. It's
All
like
I have some information for
you set
Snap.
yourself on fire every
Yeah.
show.
The information on Snap, are you talking about Idaho or Indiana? Which one is it?
I'm
Yeah,
talking
Labor,
about
hear
the cuts on the big beautiful bill for why they're trying to reduce SNAP federally.
Okay.
Why?
So they're trying to originally they were stating that the purpose of SNAP was short term and it's drifted into a full term coverage. So they're trying to take it back from full term coverage and also move cost over to the state as well.
First of all, I hate to tell you, it's a federal
I'm sure you
program.
do.
I do. It's a federal program, dude.
What's the difference between SNAP and EBT? Are they
Well,
the same
well,
thing?
Well,
EBT is the
I'm not
card.
sure.
I think he's talking about
Okay.
the free lunches. I think he's talking about the free lunches and the free breakfast.
SNAP.
Cool.
So did SNAP replace food stamps?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
Because there's also WIC too, which is a whole different program, which they should never do anything to.
Here's the problem. A lot of it's delegated toward the states. Like here in the state of Florida, they're notorious for being like very, very adversarial in this regard. They hand it over to the Department of Family.
I'm all
Services.
for
Family
cutting.
services.
I'm all
So-
for cutting these benefits. Benefits shouldn't be based on income. They should be based on other needs.
They already
Ability.
are based on income.
Well, they shouldn't be.
These people have nothing.
I don't
we're-
care if you're poor. Go get a job. If you can't work,
Oh, see,
that's
there
who
we
should get
go.
benefits.
There we go.
Right. There's the
What-
difference.
what-
you
what if
can't
you're-
work?
What
why
if
aren't
you're
you
what if
working?
you're disabled? What if you're 55? Because a lot of people are on Medicaid, are on SNAP. What are you going to
Well,
do?
give
No
us a
safety
chance to
nets?
answer. Give us
No
a chance
safety
to answer.
nets? Are those people going to be dying on your front
Wait,
lawn
wait.
there? Last
Give us a
stand?
chance
Are
to
y'all able to
answer.
hear me?
Let's send
y'all
them
hear
out,
me?
man.
Yes,
send
we
them.
can hear you.
Sounds like one of those German walking things going on. Chick, chick, chick.
I mean, frankly, like disabled, of course they should get. Like, if you can't take care of the people in your society who aren't capable of taking care of themselves, that's a poor society. That's what societies do. Disabled
Exactly.
is fine, but
Exactly.
okay, abled should be working. There's nothing
Right.
controversial about that.
No, there isn't. There isn't.
Okay,
Okay.
so I think we're on
Okay,
the
guys.
same page,
But-
buddy.
Yeah.
You're flying
But-
off the handle about
No,
fucking-
in a lot of cases,
MAGA,
lot of
MAGA.
cases,
He's a MAGA.
these people-
It's another
these
MAGA
people
point.
meet that requirement. they have 2 or 3 menial jobs. 2 or 3 menial jobs. Trying to fucking exist. Trying to pay the rent. What's the rent like in
It's all those
Massachusetts?
illegal. It's all
What's
those
the rent
illegals
like
in the
in
country.
Maryland?
Isn't it? It's all
I don't
those
even know what
illegals.
the rent's like in Wales. I don't think
What's-
it's much in North Carolina.
Well,
But I
it's
can tell
gone
you
up.
down
It's
here,
gone
it's
up since we
impossible.
imported a load of
And that's the
foreigners.
reality. Stop your nonsense. I'm talking sense. You got to listen. You have no idea what's happening. That's why I'm here. You guys
Okay.
need to wake up.
Yeah.
This shit is fucking happening right before my eyes. I see it every day.
Yeah.
And if
How-
you don't
how-
see it,
I'll
if
give
you
you
don't
this.
see it, Steve,
McGrande,
fans,
I see that
RW,
wall.
you are looking away.
I see
You're
that
not
walking
looking.
gate. I see that walking gate. It's very ominous from the 1930s. My oh.
I see. I can legitimately see McGrand's point here. So, yeah, if somebody's working, 50 or 60 hours a week at, whatever, $15 an hour, let's say they're making, under a,
Fuck. We're
they're-
demonizing people. This is a tool
Now,
of the dictators. This is
hold
what
on.
they do.
I was talking.
Use this.
Hold on.
This is an
Hold
old
on.
argument. I will hold on. That's an old argument,
Dictators.
Steve.
So,
Dictators.
what I'm saying is, yeah, if there's a disparity between the amount that they're earning and the amount that they need to maintain at least a non-in-debt life, what is the solution to that last dance? If you said get a job, but the job doesn't pay enough, then what do you do?
I don't know. You reduce you reduce the amount of money you spend.
Can I
I know
answer
Let's
that?
say your rent is $2,000 a month and you make $3,000 a month.
Based on this bill, from my understanding,
Then
what
you
I'm reading
should-
right now is if they're putting in the effort to work, they maintain coverage of SNAP. So it's the requirement that they have to try and work.
Effort to work.
RW,
It's nonsense.
thanks for doing the homework, RW. Thanks
It's
for doing the homework.
nonsense. This is fucking
Okay,
travesty
stop,
what's
stop,
happening.
Wait, okay, stop. Wait. All right.
Oh,
Now, basically what that means is they're going to tie food stamps to unemployment. So you get unemployment as long as you're actively seeking a job. You'll get food stamps as long as you're actively seeking a job or actively working a job.
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to mean.
That kills
That's
that.
what it's
Now,
supposed to mean. Until
Now,
you get into the
as-
system. And then you realize,
shut up, McGrande.
no,
Let
I've
him
been
talk.
through this shit. I've been
Oh,
through
bloody
this shit.
hell.
I have
Bloody hell.
experience, you dumb.
All right, I'm muting him. Please, Brandon, continue.
I was
You've
about
been
to
very
do it.
patient.
Okay. Now, from what you guys were talking about earlier about whether or not we're in a recession, we are not in a recession, but that's because we're still under Joe Biden's economy. The last fiscal year started October the 1st, 2024. It ended December the 31st, 2024. The Q2 started January 1st of 2025, and it ends March 31st of 2025. So
My
the
my
Biden,
understanding that are
the,
you sure
the,
that's the
the-
right dates?
yes.
Okay.
So the budget process plans out to end in those quarters. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty certain that the way that it works out, they push 2 quarters in to the year. So when a new administration comes in, they have time to be able to get their ducks in a row before anything that they do starts taking effect. So this, I've had to explain this the last time this happened. So right now, everything that's happening, I could be wrong, but I think the big, ugly, warts on its face bill, I don't think that is going to actually take effect until the Q3, because if they're like voting on that right now, and the next quarter ends on March 31st, then they're going to be butting up against not being able to do funding, which I could be wrong because there's always the fucking funding fight. So maybe I'm looking at it wrong, but I do know that we at least are in like one quarter into the year before a new administration's like laws and effects on the economy start to take effect and start to be realized.
No,
All right,
I don't.
I
I don't
just want
agree
to
with that.
interject because my understanding of the GDP for quarter one is January, February, March. We have the results for that of 0.3 negative.
Yeah, you
So-
sure you want
Okay,
that to be? You sure you want to blame that on Biden?
Oh,
April, May, and June, it'll close in June for the second quarter.
Yeah.
There's predictions for that we went over earlier for positive 2.4 based on the Fed's prediction with their model. So that's all up in the air predicted. I just want to say that
I'm
out
thinking,
loud.
I'm thinking that I'm thinking that we're still in fucking March. I'm sorry.
May.
So yeah, still their next budget isn't going to take effect until at the earliest June 30th.
Hmm.
Or after June 30th.
Yeah.
Yeah, but budget isn't the only aspect of the economy.
Well,
The
no,
budget
it's not.
is what the federal
But-
government spends. That's not what.
Yeah,
There's a whole
yeah,
bunch of
yes.
other things that affect the
Yes,
economy.
but right now, the budget is the only thing that has been keeping the economy on track. That and the fact that all of these corporations, as their stock has been dropping, they've been buying their stocks back, which artificially inflates their stocks, rising them up, so people think that the economy's good, so they keep pouring money into the stock market.
Yeah. I mean, some of them went down. Some of them did actually okay, if you know where to look.
Yeah, I
it
mean,
wasn't-
like I think after it's all said and done, after the raise, like the shooting up before he started talking about he's going to tax iPhones unless they're built here, and any other company that builds iPhones, they're going to get taxed too.
Tariff.
Before that stock market crash happened, I believe that basically they had wiped out about, I know at first it was like $5 trillion. I think it leveled out to losing about 1,000 points over what it basically was across all stocks.
I mean, it's already. Are you okay?
Yeah. Indigestion, man.
Okay, well, that's.
I burp a lot.
I mean, the whatever was lost has been recovered, right? I mean, the
We're
the
down.
Not
numbers
all
are
of
back up,
On the Dow.
Well, no, not all.
and the S&P 500. Well, I mean, what do you base that on?
What
Well,
was
I
achieved,
mean,
though?
the fact that I can, okay, so I can look back in my stock app and I can look at every stock and I can look at what it's done for a year. I can look at what it's done for the last month. I can look at what it's done for the last 5 years.
Well, just
Okay.
look at what it closed at on Friday.
I just sent that to you in Discord. Last
Okay,
night,
but
so
that's not what you want to do. You want to look at what it was doing a year ago. Because in theory, if the stocks have been going up year over year for the last 13 years, then minus fucking COVID. But it's probably been longer than that. But the stocks have been going up year over year, like basically significantly. Anytime a crash has hit or something has come and hit the stock market, it's gone back up. It's rallied back up shortly after. During those like short periods, those downturns, the corporations that their stocks are getting hit, they go back and they buy back their stocks. In in millions.
So
And when they do that, it artificially inflates that stock back up.
why do you, it's not artificially inflated. It's just inflated.
It is.
It's not artificial.
is.
It's not
But
artificial.
it is artificial. But it is artificial.
then-
What is the stock market? What is the stock market? The stock
do you
market
mean,
is
what is
supposed to be the stock market is supposed to be investor confidence over time, correct?
Okay.
Okay, so if a company is buying up their own stocks when the stocks are the lowest, so
Uh-huh.
that they can then go and sell them out when they're the highest.
That is not how it works. That is like
That
a
is
child.
exactly what they
That
do.
is that is like a child's view of things. It's definitely not how it works. You can't buy the stock
Oh, God.
and then magically make it be more valuable.
That is how it works. That is how they make dividends for their stockholders.
That is not how they make dividends. They're buying the stock because they have confidence that that stock is going to be worth more than when they
Okay,
buy it.
but in an economic crash, the way that they can recoup that money is that they artificially inflate the stock. They buy when it's low of their own stock, and then they sell that back out to the public at a higher price.
No one's going to buy that stock at a higher price unless they believe it's worth it. So that is not how it works. It's true that they do buy back stock when they think it's undervalued, but it doesn't artificially inflate the price. They're just another player in the market.
There is no shortage of suckers that want to get into the market, dude. Look at crypto.
You're someone who doesn't understand
relate-
markets.
And every day they make it easier because pretty much every app that you have a card on has like a stock market element to it, and you can invest in stocks either straight from your card, or you can have your change from every purchase invested in whatever stock you want.
Dank, you're a lefty that does not understand markets. That's all I'm hearing here.
Okay. Do you have a more coherent explanation as to what is happening with the stock market?
Well,
I
the stock.
have-
What do
I
you
mean,
mean?
because I-
It
because
goes up and it goes
I
down.
just laid out a pretty coherent fucking process
It-
as to how the stock market rises and falls,
It was
and
utterly
how
incoherent.
corporations make billions more money off of their stocks at a time when the stocks are low.
It
I'm
was
gonna
utterly
take a stab at it.
incoherent.
I'm going to take a stab at it. So we have tariffs that Trump put on the United States of America for the rest of the world. That made the stock market and people's willing to invest plummet because they had no idea what the fallout was going to be. So we tanked, and then we went back up once the tariffs were reduced. And we're at this up and down medium ground now where people aren't really sure what's happening or where it's going to go, but they're still investing slowly. So we're still at an upward
Now let me
progression, just
let me
not as
stop
fast
you. Let me
anymore.
stop you right there. Let me stop you right there. When it tanked and it hit a floor, all the corporations who own that stock, they're sitting on billions of dollars, correct?
Some of them are, yes.
No, all of them are. They have to have a war chest for anything that
Not
comes
all
up.
corporations are billionaire corporations.
Any of them that are buying back their stocks at a time like this, yes, they are. So they take this money that they sit on and they buy into their stocks when it's at what they perceive to be the floor. Even if it drops a little bit more, they play
Nobody
this shit
knows
a lot
the
more than
floor.
everybody else, and they know where the floor is expected to be.
Okay, I'm not gonna.
Nobody knows the floor. You have your own guess as to what you think the value of your company is. You're not going to buy
Okay,
stock.
so who do
if
you think is going to know where the floor is more? Do you think it's going to be one of the people on this screen, or do you think it's going to be somebody who's in a top Fortune 500 company who's buying up their stocks, who's watching the stock market? Do you think they're going to know where the floor is better than anybody that's listed on this screen right now?
Let's change the subject. This is This is like
Let me finish the second half. I'm not going to argue the
Okay.
aspect of corporations playing the stock market, but what is happening is while the market's currently in flux, it's at a growth, but it's flux up and down. People are dumping a shit ton of money into Bitcoin, so it's an interesting aspect of corporations accumulating massive amounts, like Japan's Metaplanet. Large corporation companies like that are aggressively buying Bitcoin and reducing availability, so making the prices higher. There's sovereign interests, people that are hedging against fiat currency and stuff. So I'm curious to hear your guys' input on cryptocurrency while the fiat currency market is in flux.
Okay.
I mean,
So Bitcoin, along with all of the other cryptocurrencies, like they mainly run off of the U.S. dollar. So when the U.S. dollar fluctuates, so do those those cryptocurrencies. So anytime the market falls, you're going to see cryptocurrencies fall sometime after that, and it always happens. Now,
Isn't
what's
Bitcoin
happening right
at
now?
115,000?
It
I'm
could
pretty
be
sure-
right now. I think the last time I looked at it was 106 or 108,000.
My point with that
but-
though is that it's going like this while the market's doing this.
Okay, but it only started to consistently go over 100,000 and stay over 100,000 when Donald Trump pledged to make Bitcoin part of the treasury. So now our economy is directly tied to Bitcoin.
it's not even slightly tied to Bitcoin. What happened to Dank? Dank, where are you, buddy?
He fell off the edge of the earth.
Oh, now it looks a little better. I see the chair, and now I see Dank in the chair.
Did you huff and puff and blow the mic down? Welcome
Nope.
back.
Tornado?
Where'd McGrandy go? Didn't last
Yeah.
long, did it?
He
He
exited
didn't like
when
the
he was
timeout.
when he was muted. He wanted 100% of the floor.
Um,
well, in
Okay,
2020, Bitcoin was $10,000.
mm-hmm.
So
And what happened in
obviously,
2020?
I mean, anybody who would have bought it then, it would have had it increase to 100,000 now, five years later.
It tanked
That's
though. It went up
Yes.
to 30 and then back down again. So people lost a shit ton of money.
No,
trying
they
to
didn't.
play that
If you
Only
had
if they
the
sold.
dough, if you had the dough and just sat on it, you didn't lose
if they
anything.
sat on it. A lot of people, like I was in Australia at that time, and people were trying to take out loans where there's these things where you could get a loan in Bitcoin, and then people put into that, and then it tanked down to zero. So a whole bunch of people lost money on that.
By
Whether
the
it was
way,
a thrift or a business model or whatever.
Today or a few days ago was like the 10th or 15-year anniversary of when someone
Bitcoin
bought
pizza.
Yeah, you go tell the story.
Yeah, a guy bought pizza with I think it was 250 Bitcoins. He
I know, it was like
It was like
14,000.
10,000.
Wow.
Yeah. It's which is equivalent to how many $1 billion?
It's like 1 or 2 billion
Yeah, it's expensive pizza.
for a pizza.
Oh no, what I was thinking of was it was a video game thing back in the old days. First prize 100, 500, second prize 100, third prize was 250 Bitcoins.
Really? Wow. Third prize. That's the winner.
That's when people realized that they could launder money through video games and Bitcoin.
Yeah, he paid 10,000 BTC for two. Sorry, this hurts. Papa John's pizzas, which is barely fucking pizza. Barely pizza. I mean,
Better currency makes
Now
for better
you're
pizza.
now you're offended.
Yeah, I mean, if it was like Santarpio's, I'd be like, all right,
Never heard of it.
What? That's fucking Papa John's. Damn, yo. Oh, rough.
Dank's point towards Donald Trump and crypto for Bitcoin is the Donald Trump nomination of a crypto advocate as SEC chair, whatever that means.
We'll see. People, it won't. I suspect it will amount to nothing.
What is SEC,
What do y'all think about
chair? Something
The
commerce.
Securities and Exchange Commission.
what do y'all think about Trump and Melania's shitcoin that they made right before he was inaugurated?
Sounds kind of scammy, but I'm not really sure how that works.
Didn't the Trump coin work out and the Melania coin didn't? I didn't ever look past that.
Well, I mean, both of them are worthless. But the point of them is not to make money. The point of them is to have like a vehicle that foreign governments and billionaires can funnel money to Donald Trump.
You can use any
If
crypto
they're
for that.
worthless, how does that help?
Huh?
I mean, if they're worthless, how does that help them funnel money?
Well, because when you have your own coin and you're controlling the exchange that it's being exchanged on, every one of the trades has a transaction tax. So those transaction taxes. Have you ever watched Office Space?
Yeah.
Years and years ago. I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay. Do you remember how they
I'm working on
explained
CPS support
that?
right now.
Do you remember how they explained that what they were doing was they were taking like a percentage of a penny out of every transaction that was going through their company?
Yeah. Hopefully their code is
Okay.
a little bit better.
Do you remember what happened when they woke up the next day?
Yeah, their code was off.
No,
They made
there was
bank.
like billions of dollars. It wasn't
Right,
that the code
because
was
they
off.
didn't. Their
It was-
math. Their code. Yeah, yes, it was. Damn it.
Okay, maybe in the movie it was, but that's how crypto works. Like even though the coin itself is worthless, you don't care about the coin because when you first launch the coin, you can't cash that in for any money anyway. That's all locked up for like 6 months. So there's like unlocking periods. I think one came at 3 months where people that were holding the Trump coin could unlock and sell some of their coin, and then one comes at 6 months where some more coins unlock, and then you can sell some more of your coins.
So just so you know,
But-
it started at 30. Just real quick, started at 30, capped at 45, and is now at $12.63.
Yes.
So it's
But-
burned.
But that doesn't tell you anything, because what you want to look at is how many transactions it went through, because there's a transaction fee for every one of those, and Donald Trump gets a percentage of that transaction fee.
I'm just going to be
So
sad.
I understand. I
I'm
understand.
skeptical about everything you say about coins, Dink.
Be skeptical of anything anyone says about coins, including me.
Okay, fair enough.
I don't know fucking shit about them, dude.
Well, why are you
I play on Coinbase, and I have Robinhood that I haven't really done anything with in years. And then I've got some money in my Cash App, and Bitcoin. All of my transactions, all of the change from my transactions go into Bitcoin, and then I've got $75 invested in stocks.
So just real quick, the official Melania meme coin started at $8.48 and is currently at 33 cents. So for any Masons in here, it's a good time to buy.
Why Masons? I shouldn't even ask that.
33 is supposed to be the secret
33
Mason
now.
number.
Oh, okay.
You know why?
It's like 42, but for the occult.
Larry Bird was a Mason. That's why.
That's a good enough
Yeah.
reason for me.
When
Anyone
I
get
was a
that
kid,
joke? Anybody?
when I was when I was a kid, I came up with the idea that 9 was like the perfect number. God, I can't remember all of it right now. I don't know. I don't remember exactly
Are you
what
on-
it was
are
that
you on
I
drugs?
that I
Dude,
said.
what? Hey,
I'm
Flip,
always-
give
Are
my
you on
buddy the
marijuana?
cold shoulder down there.
I know who my true friends are.
Wow, you're
I was just
If you
going
could-
to tell you
if you
to
could-
get out of here.
If you could point them out directly, that would be good.
Hey, Philip. How's it going, buddy?
Hey, what's going on? What's going on?
Oh man, not much.
How are
Talk
you?
about stuff.
I'm doing good, man. Saturday night, ready to party. Who's
Yeah.
with me?
Well,
I
unfortunately, you're stuck here now.
Is everybody collecting the last penny that's printed, or no? Is everybody going to have one of those bad boys?
No, what do you mean well,
Yeah.
the last
shutting
year.
them down.
The last year, you mean?
The last print of the penny. Yeah, whatever printed.
Very last penny. I mean, nobody's going to know which that is, right?
Well, Trump
No.
will probably get that one, but
Yeah.
everybody else, I'm going to go for it. I have a feeling that all pennies are going to go up in value as everybody tries to fill in their books for a total collection.
RW, big spender. You're going to invest in pennies, huh?
My dad actually has a couple books
Penny stocks.
from the
Not penny
not the
stocks.
beginning, but for 100 years roughly.
Uh-huh.
I mean, that's cool. I dig coins. I like coin collecting for sure.
Yeah, I don't have that kind of money, but it is cool. I enjoy that type of collecting.
My dad got a bunch of paper money from all around the different countries of Europe when he was
Uh-huh.
a 16 or 17-year-old in the Navy, and got some great pictures of him in Barcelona with a beer as big as his head. He's like literally 17 with his Navy hat on. It's awesome. So that would have been a long ass time ago, 83 years ago. Wow, huh? No, sorry, 73 years ago. So, but yeah, I don't think the paper money is worth anything. Sadly,
Yeah, it is.
Is
Yeah,
it?
American? I don't know about other countries, but America. Like the other day, Sarita was at work and a guy went to pay, and she handed him a bill. I think it was $100 bill, but it was a silver, like it was an old
Silver
bill.
certificate.
She's like,
Yeah.
yeah, she's like, you should keep that and actually try and sell it for a lot more money.
I
Yeah,
don't know if it's worth a lot.
promissory note where you could demand silver for that back in the day.
Right.
I knew a guy who used to go to the bank and every once in a while get a bunch of $2 bills
Mhm.
just so he could pay people with $2 bills because they would freak out
fun.
whenever they got $2 bills. Like half of them didn't believe they were real money.
Right.
Cool. I love
Legal
them.
tender, baby.
I thought he was
They are.
trying
I
to
got
pass
Cool note.
a forged bill.
I'm
They're
surprised
strange
that
looking,
inflation
dude.
hasn't gone up so much that we're using those on the regular.
Well, I don't use cash. I'm a plastic guy.
I do
Oh,
want
I
to
All
do
right,
cash.
so
What
So
about
before
one
I-
more quick hack is, of course, going and buying rolls of quarters, but the bank has probably found all the silvers. Any quarter before 1965, I believe, is silver. It's 90% silver. They're
It's worth
about-
more as silver than it is as tender.
It's worth $5 to $10 in metal.
Wow.
Welshman's out.
I'll get them. I'm just gonna mute
so
'em.
Yeah, just mute him.
but before I roll out of here, let me ask you guys what did you guys think of Trump's white genocide press conference in the Oval Office the other day?
With the
I
South
didn't see
African
it.
president.
Can you,
Uh-huh.
It was about South Africa.
why do you say it's a white genocide? Oh, because
Well,
they're
that's what
killing
he kept
white farmers?
saying. I mean, that's what he kept saying.
Well, there have been a lot of white farmers killed in cold blood in South Africa.
Have there?
I wouldn't call it genocide. I mean, it's like a
Have
thousand.
there also been a lot of black farmers killed?
No,
No?
not for
No?
being black. No.
It's odd because there actually have been a lot of black farmers killed. There's actually been more black farmers killed than white farmers. They actually have a problem with people like going and raiding farms, and then killing the farmer. When they do, like when the government does come in to like appropriate someone's farm, they like pay them for the portion of farm that they're going to be taking. They won't take it
pay
without
them,
any
huh?
payment unless the person refuses payment.
Oh, they pay them, huh? What do they pay them?
Well, I don't know. It would probably be the same thing that the U.S. government would offer if they wanted your land for something.
A pound of their own flesh.
But also at the same time, the U.S. government, if you tell them that they can't have your land for what they offer, they can just eminent domain and take your shit. So that's no different than what is happening in South Africa. Now, when he was having
eminent
his
domain without there being appropriate compensation, they don't just take it. They have to be compensated.
well, they make you an offer. If you turn down that offer, then they take it and they give you less than what they offered you. Yes.
No, that's not how it works.
Make me an
Where do you
That-
get
that
this
is how
shit from?
But anyway, so during his little press conference on white genocide, he showed a video, a propaganda video, of a scary black man yelling, and of a bunch of crosses on a road. Did y'all see that?
No, but whose video
Yeah.
was it?
It was Donald Trump's video.
Well, why do you call it
Um,
a propaganda video? Because you don't agree with
Because
it?
it wasn't. It wasn't. Well, no, it was a propaganda video. All it was like a string of crosses on a road. And when the South African president asked him where that was, Trump said, "I don't know. I would guess South Africa." And then it was just a scary black man yelling, "Kill the boar," and dancing and this and that and another.
Yeah, would that
So
scary
And
black
that's totally
man,
fine. That's
would
totally,
that scary
that's totally
black man
okay.
have been
That's-
Julius Malema?
that scary black man. He has like a party that is in the government. They have like a quarter of the governmental power. So they have like literally no power.
They're very powerful. That's
Finally,
Malema.
like I said, the South African president asked Donald Trump where the crosses were, and Donald Trump said, "I would guess South Africa." Can you guys tell me where that actually was?
No, but I'm sure you'll tell
It was
me.
in Jersey.
It was in the Congo.
Ram.
It's an interesting fact about the Congo. It's an interesting fact about the Congo. The Congo is not South Africa.
Really? I didn't know
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Is it near the Congo?
Yeah. I mean, there's a bunch of like, white-backed apes that like kill humans near like a Mayan temple. I don't know if you guys
Pretty
ever
sure
saw
that's
that
a movie.
documentary.
What did you say?
Movie, bro.
White-backed apes?
They would have been fine if their laser turrets didn't fail.
Yeah, that's true.
So, what is the solution to the problem?
Well,
Dan?
there-
What is?
I mean,
what is
I don't know, Dank. Are you familiar with the ANC and the amount of corruption that goes on over there? You're painting it as though like this is a complete fabrication. These countries are fucked. They're in complete turmoil. And yeah,
Oh.
black farmers are being killed. White farmers are being killed. It's not good.
Okay. But
I mean,
it's not a
it
white
isn't like he's
genocide.
making up
It's
a-
not a white genocide like it's being portrayed.
It
So
doesn't have to be.
out of the thousands of white people that are in South Africa, 80 some people took up Trump on his offer to come here to seek a better life. One of those people actually owns like a farm, not just a farm, but he owns like I think it's like a mining company or something. And he said that he had to leave his home and his dog and his mom. If you're worried that there's a white genocide happening when you leave, why are you going to leave your mom?
I don't know. I don't know the details.
Okay. Also, if those people have farms back in Africa, they're basically forfeiting those farms, so they have to keep going back to Africa in order to claim their property. And that's about all that I have. Fact checking his little propaganda press
It's not
conference that he
complete
had with the South African president.
I'll say this: it's not a, there has been white violence against these farmers. To categorize it as a genocide is probably not like grammatically correct. I don't know that a white, it's a word. It's sort of a tagline, a word. They're kind of sticking to it.
Forward.
I'd agree with you. It's probably not that. I wouldn't say it's not happening. It is happening. Not the genocide part of it, but there is. Who wants to speak? RW?
No, I mean,
I thought I heard
Is there any raping and pillaging going on?
possibly.
probably.
Cool.
But I mean, the place is not. It's not good.
Well, even though Dank Brandon minimizes it, the government is actually confiscating farms from people because they're white, solely for the reason because they're white.
No,
Blaming-
actually, I
blaming
think
these people for apartheid, it's not them.
I think that what it is that as part of the ending of the apartheid, as part of that deal, there is supposed to be like some land, retraction, and so the government offers farmers money for their land, and if they tell them no, then they eminent domain. And
it's not eminent
I don't know that
domain.
they give them
And
any
the only
money.
reason for it is because of their race. The reason they do it is because of race. So it's pure.
Well, no, the reason
racism.
that they do it is because of because it's a deal struck at the end of apartheid.
No, that wasn't the deal. The reason they do it is because they're white. That's the reason they do it.
Okay.
They're descendants of the white farmers that were a part of apartheid.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
I'm descendants of white people too.
So in
Damn
order
right
in
you
order
are,
to
Whitey.
in order to end
I
an
heard you,
apartheid, in order to end an apartheid, they signed a deal that you guys just don't believe that they should live up to.
They didn't sign any deal where that
Well, they
the
did.
government gets to take white farmers because they're
Well, they
white. Of course not.
They did.
Dink, you don't know what you're talking about. I don't know.
Okay.
You come up with these things.
Can you prove me wrong?
Obviously, you read some. You have
Are
some.
you
like,
able to prove me
I-
wrong?
If I work at it, I'm sure I can prove you wrong. I'm not.
All right. Well, I'll expect some
don't
kind
you
of proof that I'm wrong next time that I'm on here.
Why don't you
I'm gonna
prove
go
you're
ahead.
right?
I'm gonna go ahead and roll
Why don't
on
you
out.
prove you're right? Do you have any
What about
references?
proof that you're right, my man?
Grab your green visor.
It's a
LSD,
two-way
Because
your monocle,
here's the
get to
thing
work.
about proof. You don't have to prove a negative. If something is not happening, the burden of proof is not on me to prove it's not happening. If something
is
is
on you.
happening, the burden
Yeah,
of proof is on you to prove that it's happening as
You're
someone that
saying stuff
believes
out
that
of
it is
pub, Jake.
happening.
Oh no, you're definitely not. I'm not trying to. You're not trying to prove a negative. You make these claims that there was an agreement that was made where the South African government gets. to
Yeah, that's what the
compensate-
South African president. That's what the South African president said during the press
Yeah,
conference.
well, okay. Show me the proof of that. Show me the
I believe the South African president knows more about his country than Donald Trump does. Yes.
I'm asking you to show me some proof. Anything, but you said it was an agreement.
The words of the South African president is good enough for me until you can show me some proof.
Uh,
Donald Trump
so-
offered no
so
proof at all.
All
Donald
these
Trump offered no proof at all.
all
The
these
South
homeowners-
African president offered
you
an
are-
explanation,
you are.
and
you
because
have.
he is the president of South Africa,
You have
I'm
no
going to
proof.
believe that he knows his
You have-
country
In
more
fact,
than
you
Donald
have
Trump.
no evidence, and all you have are simply euphemisms for the stealing of land for pure racist purposes.
Yeah, because the landowners didn't come forward and say, "Here, we agree to this agreement. that you say exist.
Assuming they're
here are,
even-
here are
Okay.
our keys.
Did the
They
slave
didn't
did the
agree
slave
to-
owners
I-
did the slave owners come forward and
I-
agree to give up their slaves and
I guarantee you, Smoke Steve, that there was no such agreement, and Dank Brandon has no clue of what he's talking about. I guarantee
was-
that.
I think the word agreement might be the problem. Nobody, maybe like 3 people in the government agreed, and this was what we're going to do, but it didn't include like the landowners. It may have included the people who would be receiving the land, but it certainly didn't include the families that are being displaced who've lived there for generations. Yeah, now granted, the previous generations of theirs did probably, engage in, or their existence perpetuated the apartheid, life that existed there. But that doesn't mean that the people who are living in these houses now deserve some punishment for it.
Right.
It's a simple.
I just want to do a little bit of math here real quick based off of a trending post for X. 70% of the murdered farmers are white in South Africa, and white people make up only 7% of the population.
According
So
to Dank,
that
it's
seems to
more
be a
black
popular
people that
post.
are murdered. More black farmers have been murdered
Oh.
than white, according to Dank.
Okay. Wait a minute.
But you
wait
know
a minute,
why?
wait a minute,
Because
okay.
the South African president said it.
A lot of
All right,
people feel
so-
that way.
Okay, so
You know why?
part
Because
of-
Donald Trump said it, so it must be fucking wrong.
Okay, wait a second. All right. So, part of the ending of apartheid was the political negotiations. So part of those negotiations was in the early 90s. South African President F.W. de Klerk began to dismantle apartheid legislation. So the legislation that the government had created in order to make the apartheid rules. He freed political prisoners, including Nelson Mandela, and lifted the ban on African National Congress, ANC, and other black liberation parties. Negotiations between the government and anti-apartheid leaders, including Mandela, led to a new constitution that enfranchised all South Africans and paved the way for non-racial elections. So, within those negotiations and within that new constitution, there was the understanding that the government would be coming in to offer to take some of your land.
Whoa,
And
whoa,
pay
whoa,
you,
whoa,
a
whoa! Where did you
restitution
get
for
that from? Where did you get that from? That's a
A
huge leap
cursory
you just
look,
got.
a cursory look, and the knowledge of history. What was it that we
Cursory look.
offered to
You
the
just-
slave owners? Hold on,
You're
what
just
was
totally
it that we
making this up.
what was it that we offered to the slaves when we like freed slaves?
You're
40
just
acres
making
and a
shit
mule.
up, Brandon. You're
Okay,
just making
what do
shit
you
up.
think? What do you think South Africa would have been offering to the people that were affected by apartheid? They would have been offering them land, right? Because part of apartheid was laws that prevented them from
Yeah, I have an example of that
owning land.
right here.
You're totally bullshitting on the fly here. First, you said that part of the agreement was that the white
I am
farmers
bullshitting on the
would-
fly. I am bullshitting on the
would give
fly,
up-
but I'm making much more fucking sense than Donald Trump when he ambushed the South African president. On
You're
that
not
note, I'm
making
going to go to
any
bed.
sense.
Good night, guys.
You're
Donald
making
Trump's not here
Oh,
right
yeah.
now.
shit.
Good night.
Well, all right, take it easy, Brandon. He didn't.
Bye.
He didn't say goodbye.
Donald Trump is not part of the chat at the moment. I do not see him. If you see
I mean,
him, please
that
point
was-
to him for me.
I found that offensive, really.
Well, come on, Brandon. I mean, he's polite. He lets other people talk.
He's polite, but he's kind of arguing that there is some moral basis for taking somebody's land because they're white. And then
Yeah,
he's
I
trying.
mean-
First, he said it was part of the agreement to end apartheid, and I knew that wasn't true. And now he says he reads the agreement to end apartheid, and then he says, "So it's obvious what that meant. It meant taking the land from white farmers, making sure they're white enough, and giving it to somebody else." I mean, that's not good faith arguing.
They had the paint chips out there to really check their skin tone.
I guess, right.
They want
You're-
ceiling white or super white is what they want. We're not talking linen white or parchment. No deal. A little too much pigment. We got to have it white.
I mean, there's the argument if people really want this land back to farm it.
I don't know.
Forcing someone to take land back and farm it doesn't mean that land's going to do very well.
Right. I mean, you better give it to a farmer, first of all.
It would make
And,
sense.
he better know how to
I'm not trying to
farm,
make sense.
or you're gonna have starvation.
Well, running a farm now is more about it's like running a large scale business.
Well, with
The
all
guys
guys right, big farms.
But in the old days, you might see the farmer owner out there, but I
yeah.
feel like
No,
nowadays, like the pioneer woman from the Food Network there. Do you guys know her?
Yeah.
Reed Drummond. Her and her husband own something like 400,000 acres.
No shit.
not a family farm.
Wow.
I mean, dude, can you imagine? Yeah, I think it might be the biggest owned plot in the United States.
Wow. I didn't know that. She's always talking about cooking lunch for the boys and gonna bring it on over to them and stuff.
It's for the show. The boys aren't out there.
The boys are like
100,000 acres.
Yeah, a couple thousand.
Yeah, they own some serious. But yeah,
Jeez.
I mean, how big these farms in South Africa are probably in the multiple thousand acre size, I would think. Yeah, there you go. There are 4 lights. Bill Gates owns an acre or 2. Bill Gates supposedly going to donate hundreds of billions of dollars to charity and keep only 2 for himself. He's going to make himself a real pauper. Only $2 billion.
Yeah.
Tough life.
What's he gonna do?
I have a counter argument here also. It says that the 1,000 white crosses you're referring to are part of the Wit-Cruis monument located along the N1 route between Mokopane and Polokwane in Limpopo province, South Africa. So not in the Congo.
who knows? It's what is it? Just a picture. It's a video of white crosses. It could be anywhere. Could be, a cemetery in France, a U.S. soldier cemetery.
Yeah, I mean,
my only point is that there's a lot of cross arguments saying that this is actually in South Africa and that the whole it sounded like so there's 2 stories. People are saying that he was holding up this picture and said, "Look at these crosses," and it was actually people moving body bags in the Congo. That's one story.
Mm-hmm.
But the white crosses is a different story. So it was a bit of a clusterfuck. But anyway, we don't need to talk about that anymore. We're more than welcome to talk about things like
How about the Aphid Lip Minute?
Oh yeah, I got
for it.
I got it all wound up, ready to go.
Yeah.
I couldn't fill up 10 seconds.
All right. Well,
Tell
let's
us
show
about
this thing.
some poop that happened recently.
I'll tell you about tonight. I think I've told you guys about the subway because I know it seems bizarre, it's hard to. Let's see what he's got here.
Well,
This is a
that looks
new
like the
rope.
gayest bike.
You're supposed to ride on this thing's back.
I'll ride it.
You can either ride it from the back or on top.
Oh, that's disturbing.
yes, very.
And that is
0 to
called
60 in no time.
that is called the Kawasaki Core Leo, which English Bottle Cap had just enlightened me to.
Oh.
I had never heard
Only
of
rich
it
people are
before.
going to buy that.
Is Kawasaki the corporation?
Yes,
Like
they
the
make
motorcycle company?
motorcycles.
Yeah, okay.
You've heard of them, right?
Yeah, I was just wondering if it was the same
That's the make.
company.
Well, it'd be a hell of a coincidence if it wasn't.
Okay, never mind. I mean, maybe the name is common in Japan. What do I know?
Like that's the Smith of Japan. It could be. I don't know.
I don't know. Is there even a common Japanese name like that?
Supposedly, there's a lot of chins in China.
Yeah,
Not bad.
billion.
That was that one. My brother used to use that when he was a couple pounds heavier. When he'd see a picture of himself, I've got more chins than a Chinese phone book.
Was he on a seafood diet too?
And not yeah. Every
He's-
food he saw, he ate. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, classic.
I definitely feel like I'm the youngest person on the panel right now.
If he fell over, he'd only
Woo!
fall 2 inches.
So, what was the story you were going to tell, Aphid?
Oh
Did
yeah, I
miss
was gonna say, yeah, I know it's a little hard to believe, but I like coupons. You know, I'm a big fan of.
it? Coupon guy, yeah.
I'm a
That's
good
right.
fan. I'm a big fan of. I don't use them for like products, but I do use them for food. You know, like
Fast food.
mostly for the most
The
part.
the BK coupons.
Yeah, I'll use a BK
Yeah, oh, yeah.
2 for $12.99.
Where do you get
But-
coupons? Where do you get them?
They come in the mail.
Mailers, yeah, man.
So
Stuff I just
anyway,
throw out all the time.
right, right. So anyway, so I told you about the subway where nobody will take the subway like 3 for $14.90, 3 footlongs for $14.99 deal.
Uh-huh.
I had to get on the phone and call every subway until I found somebody that would take it. But they give them to you. And then the other one was the Pizza Hut. We got a Pizza Hut thing for some special pizza thing. I went in there, and they don't. And I asked them. I said, well, who else? You know, is there any other ones in the area that will do it? And they're like, yeah, there's one in. It was South St. Louis. It was like 35 minutes away. But tonight I went to KFC because my wife, she'd been talking about excited for. I know it's the simple things you gotta keep in mind,
Yep.
but she was excited for the Memorial Day weekend. She's like, we haven't had a bucket of chicken in ages, so let's get a bucket of chicken.
Wow.
So it was a bucket of chicken, 14 pieces, I think,
Mm,
and then 3 large sides and 8 buttermilk biscuits for
Damn.
$24.99. So I couldn't pass it up.
They probably had to close the KFC. after
I
that.
went up there and they
You
were
probably did pass it,
looked
though.
confused, and they all huddled around the drive-through.
Did you order ahead of time, or you went in the
I just
drive-through?
fucking fucking
You know,
showed
the
up.
drive-through. I think
No, I didn't go through the drive-through because
18 buckets.
I gotta check because this KFC is a little sus, and I had to go check it out first. And I walked in there and I turned around and I walked out because I wasn't happy with the appearance. But then I was like, I'm going to go to the other one, and I know it's going to be the same thing. It's a fast food place. I'm not going to be
Right.
happy with any of them.
Wow, you scoped out the KFC.
I did. I
first.
went in
Man,
and I
that
turned
was a
around and I walked
mistake.
out. And then I got to my car and I turned around and I was like, I'm going to go back in.
Can
So I
you
went
just
back in.
hold on? Can you just share like where the line is where you're like, nope? Like, what is there like a dead dog in the corner? or something?
I've been to KFCs,
Yeah.
and it's like food on the floor,
That's the floor is the first thing I look at.
greasy floor. It looks like
Mhm.
it's horrible.
You start
And it wasn't looking
skating
the floor
across
was
instead of
the
walking.
floor wasn't looking
Exactly
good.
right.
But the one chick, she was pouring some chemicals on the floor to clean it up, and that's kind of what changed my mind when I got out to the car. I was like, well, they're cleaning, So I went back in. They huddled at the cashier thing for like 10 minutes, and they come back, and I heard the one chick. I'm gonna just leave her at chick, and she was like, I ain't doing that coupon, and walked away and like did a hand gesture. And then this pimply faced kid, and he had I never seen this before, which I gotta say, I was talking to my wife, and it seems like they must have figured out the acne thing, because when I was in school, like half the kids had just horrible acne, and I don't see that as common anymore, but this kid did. And he had these little circle patches all over I guess the pussy ones. And I don't know if it was.
Didn't you lose your appetite and run out of the store?
I couldn't see him when I walked back in, and I was too far now. I couldn't look at him and be like, those pussy cover-ups. They kind of ruined my appetite. I'm out of here.
Right.
But anyway, he come over. He goes, I'm sorry, sir. This it's real sucky, but we can't. We don't know. Nobody here knows how to do this coupon. And I'm like, are you kidding me? So I had to leave and drive across town to another one. And but anyway,
Did it work at the other one?
it did, and they got me out of there and you know, I had actually worked. I don't know if I told you guys the story of me working at KFC when I was a kid. I worked there one day, but
You're kidding.
no, and it's a doozy. So anyway, so they filled me up in like literally like
Good to see you.
2 minutes. I was loaded up and in the bag and sent out the door. And I was like, man, you guys rock. I'm not even going to go to the other one. Even though this one's not close to my house, I'm coming to you guys for now on. But we only go to KFC like once every 5 years because.
How much did you save? His wife wants to know.
Well, I checked that out too because I wanted to know. It's $39.99, I think, for the.
Say $15?
I was going to say you paid half.
Yeah.
I mean, 15 is still some dough. That's
How's
good.
the diarrhea been since then?
Say we got food. We got food for like 2 more days. You know, 2 more. Meals.
Yeah, I don't eat fried chicken because the oil, like, I don't know, something does something to me, it screws me up. So,
oh, my girlfriend
What's it do to
loves
you?
KFC. I don't.
What's it do to you?
I get the shits. I get the shits, bro. I thought I'd try not to say that, but you wanted to hear it, so there you go.
Well, you
Where-
could have used a euphemism.
Can you imagine?
I knew what the-
I
I knew what
try
the
a
answer was
little,
gonna be.
and then I go all in.
Gastrointestinal distress or something like
RW,
that.
same thing for you.
I haven't eaten KFC for a long time because I just can't do it. But my wife has a customer that comes into the dentist office and they literally shut down the bathroom and say it's out of order when he comes there. So imagine being the guy that's literally known for destroying bathrooms.
Wow.
What
Oh
is
my
up
God.
with that?
See a big guy?
I didn't ask any details. I was just like, that's so fucking gross.
God. The humanity.
We had a guy, and he was a big DJ in St. Louis, like a DJ for weddings, and he also had a limo company, so he had the whole wedding thing covered.
Uh-huh.
And he came into my shop. God, this is back in the mid '90s, and he went into the he's like, "Can I use your bathroom?" And then this is a real small shop, you know. It's like the one room, and then the bathroom is like in the back corner. And he goes in there, and he's in there for like 15, 20 minutes. He comes out. I hear the toilet flush like 10 times. He comes out, and he's got this. It was cold outside. He's got those black, like I want to say navy type coats. They're like real
Pea coat?
heavy. Yeah, like a pea coat. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it like hangs down real low, you know. And he grabs the bottom of it and he looks at it, and then he goes like this and sniffs it, drops it, and goes back in the bathroom. Another like 3 or 4 flushes and comes out.
What the hell did he get shit on his own coat?
My boss comes back, and my boss is super cool. Like he could have been like, "You get in there," but he went in there, and he was fury. He comes out furious. He's like, "That motherfucker shit all over the walls in there." And I'm like, "No." And he's like, "Yeah." He got on the phone, called him up, and just tore him.
How do you
Another
shit on the
bastard.
walls?
I don't know what he did. He obviously got it all over his
man.
coat.
Did he knife himself in the gut?
I didn't see it. My boss totally cleaned it up, and he was the owner of the business, and he went in there and took care of the whole thing.
Did the business owner only have one ply toilet paper? Was it a crime of passion?
No, it wasn't nothing like that. You know,
You know who shits on walls? Hippopotamuses.
yeah.
Is it hippopotami? I don't
Well,
know.
apparently Ray Bixler,
Well, they don't miss. So
which I don't know if he even is alive anymore. From Rent-A-Jack. I know the company's not around anymore. And then he had this company called Presidential Limousines, and he had me make the seal, the presidential seal, and we
really?
changed a little bit of lettering, you know,
Okay.
around it, but it looked like. And he slapped we made for all his limos. So they all had the presidential seal on it. And it was less than a week after that. He came in there and he was like, "You got to change these today." Because the Secret Service or whatever contacted him and told him, "You can't." This was before the shitting, because my boss wouldn't let him back in. He's like, "I don't ever want to see your face around here ever again."
Oh, unbelievable.
I mean, what do you expect?
Yeah.
Hey guys, how's it going? No.
Get out! Don't even get.
He said He said he had irritable bowel syndrome, IBS or whatever, and that was
Sure.
that was his excuse to my boss for.
Irritable
How
brain.
does that cause shit to get on the wall?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I mean,
Must
it
have had a real
can
bad
happen.
day
It can happen. I will say, most of the time, I think it happens when you don't want to touch the toilet seat. That's, I think,
like toilet seat was the problem. Yeah.
I think. Well, I just think that that because I've been in situations where I didn't want my ass touching the toilet seat.
That's clearly the guy that made
Yeah.
the toilet seats bad.
Sorry, Don. It gets worse, Don,
Yeah.
as you probably know.
I'll
Definitely gets worse
I'll
before
clean
it
it
gets
up. I'll
better.
clean it up. I'll
Don.
tell you about my one, because before we move on, my one day working at this exact KFC that I went to tonight to get my KFC. But I went there, and my buddy, we just turned 16 or something. Everybody's getting a job. Two of my buddies were working there, and they're like, "Oh, come on, man, you got to get a job up here. It'll be so fun. Well, I'll work up here and have a good time every night." And so I go up there. They're like, told me I was going to be like cooking or something, And as soon as I got there, he sent me to the dishwasher, and I start washing my hands or washing the dishes. Oh, I'm in the middle of a story. You couldn't wait. Hold on one second.
It's okay.
Mrs. Lip correcting you?
She's
This
like, I
is
got
a
another
riveting.
coupon
No,
for KFC,
she
let's go."
needs a beer, and he's got to get
Oh.
it.
Okay. Well, I'm glad he understands the priorities.
Damn
Sure.
right.
Mrs. Lip wants something, you drop everything.
Hell to the yeah.
And
Anyway, so I was washing dishes, and then I was like, oh, maybe this is just for the first couple minutes, and then it was closing time, and my hands are just prunes, and they have these big huge trash cans with liners and everything in it, and at the end of the night they just take all the mashed potatoes and gravy and everything that's left over, and they dump it into this big huge trash can.
where
And they're like, go ahead and take this out to the trash can, And at the time, I had not hit puberty. I was probably under 5 feet tall. I was the smallest boy in my entire high school. And so I take this thing, I think it was on rollers. I take it out to the dumpster, and I lift the lid, and it's like super cold outside. I rode my bike up to this KFC, and I lift the thing up there, and I start picking it up, and I'm like, there ain't no fucking
200
way,
pounds.
dude. It's like 75 pounds probably. And I'm like, I cannot go back in there and tell them, I'm not strong enough to lift it high enough. It's like over my head pretty much.
Right. I got a visual.
Yeah. So I'm sitting there, I'm contemplating. I've been out there like 10 minutes trying to figure out how I'm going to get myself out of this situation. So I look at the trash can, and I'm like, well, those wheels and the plastic, it's a big, thick trash can. I'm like, that probably weighs, 10, 15 pounds. And I was getting close. So I was like, maybe if I take the liner out, maybe I can get it swinging and get it up over.
So you're looking at the angles, you're looking at leverage, you're trying to solve the problem.
I think first I tried, pushing it up there, but it was just a mush ball.
Right.
So I wind it all up, and I start swinging it, and I get it right over about here, and it just completely breaks, and the whole thing falls over the top of me, and I'm completely covered with mashed potatoes and gravy. Luckily, it's the total end of the night. They're like, "What did you do?" And I'm like, well, I didn't know, I played dumb. I took it out of the liner, I didn't tell them I couldn't lift it. And it was the end of the night, so I rode my bike home, and it was like 20 something degrees, and I get home, and my clothes are completely frozen solid in the shape of my body sitting on the bike because it was the ride home.
Crazy, dude.
So I told my mom, I was like, Mom, you can't make me go back there. I'm not gonna do it, And then I called him, and I said I wasn't coming in because I was supposed to work like the next night. I'm like, I'm not doing it. It's over. And I'm like, but I want to get paid, So he was I remember how angry he was at me going up that next day, like to insist that he paid me, for my one night of work.
He should have been the one that emptied the trash can so he can sit in it.
Did
Yeah,
you
I
get
mean-
paid?
Yeah, they paid me.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
I remember
Legal
before I went
requirement.
in there because you got one free meal, and I was like, man, this is gonna be the best thing ever. But working at fucking KFC, dude, is like the worst thing I ever did. That one night was just absolute horrible.
My
Being a
worst,
dishwasher,
McDonald's.
I don't know how you could do it.
my
Dude,
worst
get
was
the
garbage
McDonald's-
was installation.
Did you feel like you failed, that you should have been able to figure out some solution?
No, I mean, I didn't fail. It was the liner that failed. That's the way I looked at it.
I would say it was leadership that failed you, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's no shame in asking for a second set of hands to pick up a fucking heavy garbage can and dump it in.
Yeah, but I was so self-conscious about being little that was beyond me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you've come a long way.
That's a fault of
I don't
management.
know.
See, like, I have to like slam it into my guys' heads. Like, don't try to be a hero. Fucking get a second set of hands. Let's
Don't lift your own body weight.
You know, I'm
Work-
still to
work
this
together.
day. To this day, I'm still like that. I try to, I never ask for help. I always try to, and I get.
Well, you're a
myself
small
into so-
business. You're
Yeah, but I
a-
mean,
you're a
even
small
with-
administrator.
Well, I did yesterday because I finally got my truck, my SUV fixed with all the. I told you guys like 2 weeks ago the alternator went out and the tow truck driver was trying to jerk. it
Yeah.
That
off.
was some fucked
Yep,
up
yep.
shit, dude. I was thinking
know,
about
man.
that the other day. Him spraying like whatever shitty like
Dude, it was
evaporating-
evaporate.
He'd have been better asking you for some vegetable oil.
I
and just
know.
pouring that over.
But
under
see,
the
you've come a
wheels.
long way. You didn't let him destroy your vehicle.
No, I didn't. But I've always been like a smart ass, and I had little man syndrome.
I shared
always
a
Go ahead.
I shared a meme with you on your Discord, Aphid,
Oh,
that I
did
think
you?
you'll appreciate. It's you moving a couch.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's always been me. Like just before I'll ask for help, somebody's got to insist on helping me before I'll take their help. But I was gonna say with I don't like working on cars at all, so I got my buddy to help me with putting that alternator in yesterday. And we just bullshit. It was so much fun just hanging out and bullshit. But he did all the work. I just like holding stuff here and there.
Did you pay him?
In a way.
Okay, good enough.
Blow job?
Yeah. It was worth it. It was worth it.
That
No.
Doesn't have to be money. Doesn't have to be money.
Well,
Payment
no,
is
I made
payment.
his daughter is real into softball, like high school, everything, the private teams and everything.
Mhm.
And I made them their team a big huge banner, which I never really make him. He's my best friend, so I never really make him pay for it. But I was like, dude, instead of sometimes he'll get me money from the team or whatever. And I'm like, dude, how about we just trade it out and you help me put this alternator in? And we started in the morning. We started drinking and just told each other the same stories we've told each other a million times, but it was awesome.
It's great.
He's the one that I found the dead guy with.
Yeehaw.
All right.
Speaking of dead guys, me and Steve were talking about the 600-year-old Chinese building that collapsed a bit. Did you guys see that?
No.
I can share the link. I don't know if you want to share it here, but
Share the link.
all right.
It looks like AI. It's so fucking surreal.
I mean,
How many people died?
Couple
Unknown.
of them.
I haven't dug back into it. It was
Did this just happen or
A couple days ago.
no shit? They didn't even talk about it.
Shit. Very shit.
Where was it at? China?
Big old
back
China.
back chat is
Last Dance, you in for this?
Yeah.
All right, I'll find it. Here we go.
so I watched it a couple times and I didn't really pay attention much to the people on the ground. But after I watched it like the third time, I realized that the chunks of tile and stuff that were hitting the ground were like human sized. So that whatever people were there at that point in time are most likely no longer there. It's not graphic because you can't see anything. It's you just know that
There's a
people-
lot of dust obscuring everything.
yeah.
You saw it already.
Well, I mean,
All right.
I thought you were going to play it. I could play it.
No, I'm gonna play it. I'm playing it. I'm trying to get.
He's like,
get
I'm
it played.
halfway there.
I'm getting there.
That looks like something that's in a Chinese restaurant wall.
Okay, we ready?
Jeez.
Weird yell.
So look at the arch at the bottom where people are standing at the arches.
Oh.
I don't know if that hit anybody. Like, it could be that no one did, but if it did hit anybody, I'm sure they're gimpy.
Yeah,
They'd
I
be
think-
dead.
Yeah, it could hit them.
That wall looks to be, I don't know, like 25, 30 feet tall. Look at the size of that guy here in the middle. He's short as hell. I mean, even this perspective, the wall looks huge.
That might be 40 or 50 feet tall.
Yeah.
You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh.
8 6-foot people would be around 40 feet tall. Yeah.
It's like the biggest chunks landed in front of the leftmost tunnel.
Right.
Here.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 lights is over there. I figured you would have heard something about that.
Yeah. 4 lights. What do you got, bub?
He heard about it.
Heard about this.
It's been pretty quiet in the U.S. I know that Hamburg or somewhere in Germany there was a train stabbing for 11 people. That sounds fun.
I don't think any fatalities. But yeah, somebody got stabby. I wonder
That-
who.
Bad man.
That arrest video, was it last chance you posted that yesterday?
Yeah.
That was fucked up, man.
Shall we watch it?
I watched it several times since then because I can't get enough of it.
You know,
Is
it was
there any-
weird looking at the guy. He looked
Crazy.
kind of Western. He had talked like a Pakistani. And I kind of felt, I felt his pain. I was
Yeah,
like,
that's why I
you know,
said that. That's why
no,
I
was
said
like-
that.
He
'cause-
says, he's like, he's right. Yeah, good point. Yeah,
Yeah.
you're probably right. And then he pulls the gun, and I said, fuck you.
I
Yeah,
know,
the-
man.
the whole gun
That's a
thing.
tough one. Like, I kind of feel. I mean, I obviously feel more for the police in that situation, but
Right.
But he was like he had it was like he came to the end and he had no other place to turn and just
Right.
it was, I don't know, man. And I think somebody yells "fuck" twice at the end, and I think it might be him. It's hard to tell. And
All
then
right, Don wants to see it. Can you cue it up?
I
Yeah.
can if you Last Dance can do it.
I know
It's
the
his-
whole
it's his
video itself
video.
was like 15 minutes long or whatever. So let's cue up the good
The
stuff.
inside.
This
the
is
one
live
that
week.
the one
Remember,
that
boys?
he videotaped of himself. There's no you can't really see him getting shot, but he's got to be getting shot right there.
Well, I think they edited it out. I think his videotape shows him getting shot, but the police took control of it and they released an edited version.
Well, I know, but I tried to do the timing in my head, watching the different angles and stuff, and he's getting shot on that inside cam video.
Oh yeah, no, I agree with that. He's getting holes in him, and it doesn't
Yeah,
look like it.
I just don't think you see it. I think it's
It
going
takes a
in the
little while,
side
huh?
where the cam is, and
Well, I don't
What are you
think he
guys talking
didn't get
about?
shot in the head somehow.
When is
I think
when
he's
is this
getting
event?
shot in the neck and this area.
Yeah.
When was
What?
this event? Where?
I don't know when it was. I didn't read the article. I just watched the video.
April 23rd of this year
Mm.
In America?
in Fairfax, Virginia, so not too far away.
Are you gonna play it?
I'm queuing it up to the spot where
Did you hear
Yeah,
about this
yeah.
before you saw or did
No.
you just see it pop up?
I did not hear about it, and it's reasonably local.
Like how, like 100 miles away, 200
No,
miles
less
away?
than that. Less than that.
Wow. Yeah, you would have thought you would have heard about it.
All right, so this is where the action happens. So
You gotta wait for him to come back.
no,
Well, you might as well. What is he? Chiseling concrete out in the parking lot or out in the driveway?
exactly. Going to be a hole in that one spot.
I got new neighbors.
Is it like
in there.
honeysuckles?
They're no, they're not brand new, but they've been there since Halloween, and they're more out in the yard. So it's like
Here
every
we
time I
go.
go out there, it's not as I don't feel as comfortable relieving myself out in the backyard anymore.
All right, we got the
So
Coca-Cola
it's
vanilla.
7:23. So I'll play a little bit of sound before then.
You know what? Listen, hey, you're American, okay?
You should just
Yes,
play.
you
Go
are
back to where
American.
he goes and starts talking to him.
I
It's
give you
interesting.
my fucking word.
I don't think anybody's gonna.
Take it. They took my driving license. Okay?
They took it away.
Yeah, for no fucking reason. I have a hard time with court. I'll show you the paperwork. You won't
Okay.
believe what they hey. They don't. When I call them bullshit, the system is fucking broke.
He's admitted he's got
Yeah.
a gun on him.
He's already admitted he has a gun.
Well, it sounds like you're going through a really rough time.
Man,
We can see your highlighted thing.
I should have served with fucking Taliban. Better than you. I was concerned and a fucking dumbass fuck when I was concerned about Taliban, but in America, since 2014, I'm concerned about more about you people. Because
Okay.
you lie, because you play games, that's how I'm going deeper.
Okay.
Yeah.
So these are my partners here. They're coming up. I don't want you to get rattled, but it's because you were reaching for your weapon.
No, I'm not reading, sir. Hey,
I
sir,
watched you do it.
I don't give a damn fuck.
He says, "I don't give a damn
Brings
fuck."
as many people as you
I
can.
like that.
That's a big deal.
No,
Yeah.
I've never heard that phrase.
You're not listening. What I'm
I
telling
am
you,
listening to you.
I have 4 children. Do not reach your gun.
Rob, everybody slow down.
There's the hero right there.
Unit Pat said he needs to slow down 1421.
Hey,
So-
listen, American. This is take it. I take this with you, okay?
So now you want to
no,
give
no,
me
no.
that?
Hey, don't you reach it. No.
800 Bravo, shots fired.
Pause. What was the fucking mook doing reaching in like that?
I don't know what his idea was. I think he was trying to grab his arms.
Fucking moron.
Well,
Yeah,
he was waving. He was waving. I don't know what it was because he said he didn't have his license. I don't know, and he said he didn't have insurance. I don't know what he was waving, but he was like, "Here, take it," and that's what the cop reached for. And then he kind of went down like he was going to turn for his weapon. So that's why the cop like jumped inside the cab with him, basically, and he had his hand on it at one point.
Yeah, but the
It
guy in the
slips
front of
out
the
of
car,
his-
he definitely has holes in him.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
but
both cops
they
got
all
shot.
knew he said he was armed.
I'm
I
going to
know.
label this right now. This is the
There's
first
other
time I've
views
watched
of it,
this.
RW.
Piss poor police work on right then. That was terrible.
Why?
Absolutely.
Because he was spurging out and they rushed the car on him.
It's like they didn't believe he could pull his gun.
Well,
Yeah,
the
the-
first
the-
guy, I liked his game. The first guy was talking to him, but keeping back, hands
He was,
at the
but he should have
ready.
had his gun out, man. The guy
Yeah,
reached for
Maybe,
it several
maybe,
times.
but he was working a vibe.
I
with
know
him.
what he was doing.
I
But
agree.
the second and third guy who came in, especially the mook who came on the same side as the
Mook.
initial officer, I don't know what the hell that was. He reaches his arms in and then he ends
Well,
up getting shot.
He's lucky he didn't get shot in the head. I mean, he was
Yeah, he is.
put his
Yeah,
head
he is.
on
Crazy
in the car.
move.
It looks like-
Psychopath, just
Because the guy driving the car puts his camera and has a pretty good angle of it for just setting it down. And he videos because you can show the other clips if you want.
Yeah, well, I think we'll.
Okay, 100 Bravo, shots fired.
800 Bravo, signal 1.
That guy that reached into the car, he gets in
801.
that. If you watch, he gets in the truck.
Where the fuck is the cop in the front going? He's going to Disneyland.
He's going.
800 Bravo,
They
he's
take
not
him to
moving
the
right now.
hospital.
Let's walk.
This cop right here picks him up and takes him to the hospital.
Right.
yeah, they drive him
This
right
guy,
to
he
that.
just
Yeah, he's definitely on some adrenaline right there. He doesn't really seem to be with it.
the reason he got shot in the leg is because he grabbed a gun, or he would have been killed. So he redirected the shot lower. I don't know how he didn't get shot.
Why is there no blood? Is it just
I mean, he was
Nobody is.
he was 1 inch on that gun angle from getting one in the dick, and then another ½ inch from the abdomen, and then
Yep.
another inch from his heart.
Right. Well, he
Because
got it.
when you're talking about the gun angle, it's like an inch, you know, to
No, there
each
should
body
be-
part.
You got to go before that.
There
Oh wait,
it
maybe
is.
maybe.
Is this it? No. No,
Yeah.
this is the officer pulling
Oh.
up. I'm looking for the inside the car camera. There it is.
Man, I wish our chat was bigger for this.
Yeah, sorry.
Not your problem, but you see that this is the beta version. Like
Hey,
for our
so
live
listen,
videos,
American,
the chat should be twice as
take
big.
it. I take this with you, okay?
So now you want to
No,
give me
no, no,
that?
Hey, don't you reach it. No.
See, who says fuck?
Listen,
right there?
American.
That's
Here it is.
Take it. I take this with you, okay? No. Hey, don't you reach it. No.
See right there, he's shot several times already.
So I think his gun got jammed too.
Rob, everybody slow down.
I thought they killed him, but they all had to run away from the vehicle.
Oh, he's killed. He's dead.
He's dead.
He didn't look
It-
dead in the video.
No, he
No,
was
No, it
he was thoroughly full of holes at that point.
Yeah, because this guy on the passenger side, he gets him 5 or 6 times.
Yeah, this guy, he did him in.
RW, you
Which I
remember that
kind of
video
wondered
I-
if he shot either of the 2 cops too.
I thought
At
his
that angle, it kind of looks like he probably would have shot down at the ground.
yeah, or to the more towards the forward.
But also,
But
just
I
to
don't know.
point, that gentleman had practiced the weapon use before. That's not some dumbass with a pistol. He
No, he got
reacted very
it out
quickly.
quick.
and
Yeah.
he fired well to both sides. Like,
Because the
even if he was
guy
I
on the
don't
passenger
think
side has his hand on his weapon, waiting to do something with it. And the guy reaches for the gun, pulls it out, and aims it at the other cop before that guy could do
and
it.
cocks it before he fired.
No,
That's
I don't
not
know
good.
if he cocked it. I think it might have been cocked.
I think he cocked it.
That's pretty
Rob, everybody
impressive.
slow down. You want to get him out?
Hey, so listen, American. Take it. I take this with you, okay?
So now you want to
No. Hey, don't you reach it. No.
I heard it click. Could have been cocked.
I'm pretty sure he cocked it. There's good.
I'm surprised he didn't.
This guy's out of the fight.
It's funny. He's like a
This is
psychopath, but he's like, I'm going to be a responsible carrier and not cock my weapon.
Here's this is the
But I'm going to
guy
shoot
with-
at police.
Slow it down. 1441.
Hey.
Now he's got his
We'll
hand
see
on
it
his
here.
gun. He's got his hand on his gun right now.
Hey, don't you reach it. No.
Oh man, that cop got him good.
800
3 or 4
Bravo, shots
times.
fired.
Okay, 100 Bravo, shots fired.
800 Bravo, signal 1.
Yeah, you might be right. It could have been
801.
crossfire.
1, 2, 3, 4. Those shots were
800
either
Bravo,
through
he's not
this
moving.
guy or through the door. One way or the other.
Thank you, police activity.
Yeah, that was a great
Police
one.
Activity is a great channel.
Yeah, it is.
And you know who used to complain about them and say he was like going up against them one-on-one was Donut Operator. Fucking Donut Operator gave up. I feel like I don't see any good police stuff from him. Half of his is now he's showing off his like cute girlfriend, or he's eating tacos, or
What kind of tacos?
going to the range
What are you
with his
talking
kid. But like,
Right.
it's rare when he does any cool like police stuff anymore. You know, it's not this. I don't know. Maybe he's loaded and he doesn't give a shit. But
I enjoy Donut Operator. I think
I
he's
like him.
funny, so I enjoy his videos. But yeah, I don't think he's ever first anymore.
No, not anymore. Did you like his previous girlfriend or his newer one that he calls the Mexican? You know,
I
Mexican.
haven't seen any of his girlfriends. I don't know which channel you're watching. Is it
Oh,
another Donut
okay.
Operator channel?
Yeah, he's got a couple. So he used to have the one who still has her own channel where she shows her, you know, big boobs all the time.
I think you showed that on the Discord once. I didn't care for that chick. She seemed annoying.
Right. Well, he dumped her because apparently she was. And now he's with
Nah.
a cooler chick who I think was from OnlyFans, maybe is the rumor. And now,
I was
she's with
joking
him.
too. Damn. I don't like the probability anymore.
Oh, excuse me.
What do you mean, RW?
I made a joke about OnlyFans, and then you're like, she might be from OnlyFans. I'm just saying that for me to be able to just be silly anymore is like too accurate. So I need to be
Well, there's
careful.
it's like some huge percentage of like 5% of young American women or something are OnlyFans models.
Well, what is it?
5% of hot chicks under the age of 25.
Something like that. It's quite incredible.
What percentage does it go up to if you go to all webcam platforms?
I don't know.
Yeah, something ugly probably.
But one thing I heard was like right now there's over like 1.4 million people on YouTube making a livable wage through YouTube. 1.4 million.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
There was a drummer the other day that was talking about how he makes like 3.4 or more million dollars as a college dropout just playing drums on YouTube.
I love watching drums on
dude.
YouTube.
I have to say that is a huge win for the world.
Hell yeah.
People, YouTube is the middleman, and
Yeah.
people can watch from anywhere and everywhere and all different tastes, and it's I'm someone who grew up with VHF and UHF TVs, four channels on and maybe PBS, and then 5 or 6 channels on UHF that they were all snowy and you couldn't really see anything.
Sometimes
now,
you can get boobs on the snowy ones.
Late night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's another link in the back chat I'd like to share with the group. It's Chick-fil-A is now auto delivering food in certain cities, and I just wanted to show it and make fun of it with the group because this is the future.
What does that mean, RW? Auto delivery.
well, we'll see. I'll put it on.
Yeah.
All right. Present. Share screen.
I want you guys to let me know how good of a business model this is for the future.
Is that Spitfire? Yeah.
Really? Will it turn in? Wait, look, it's turning.
Ah!
Wow, it turned.
It goes up the driveway.
Oh my god.
Mamma mia.
Where's it going?
And now you have
What
a
do you
pure
do?
alpha male that's going to accept the delivery.
It's a real Giga Chad.
Look at those sandals and socks.
It's so cute.
You can't do that in a city.
What?
'Cause people will just steal the unit.
I was going to say, that thing would be up on blocks in Baltimore, bro.
Exactly.
It would be on blocks.
It looks top heavy too.
Oh,
It
my
looks goofy
goodness.
as hell.
You know,
I
it looks
wonder
like-
if there's literally 2 people running this thing. Maybe
Like,
3.
lights go
It
inside.
looks like a street
Wait, look,
sweeper.
it's turning.
No, I mean remotely. Like there's guys driving it. There's
I bet
safety officers involved. This is
There's gotta
clearly
be a
for
guy in a
publicity.
bicycle in that thing.
Yeah, no,
Where's it going?
this is just for
What do
show.
you do?
Like, this is real though. I was crying laughing when I saw this is the future, and it only works if everybody
It's
is
so
like
cute.
lives in the Matrix and doesn't do any crime.
They should try it in Baltimore. That's just would be so funny.
If it was a little armored unit or something.
Well, it wouldn't even get past the property of Chick-fil-A before it got robbed. And
As soon as it left the
apart.
parking lot. Oh
Yeah,
man,
you'd end
thanks
up
for
with
playing
those
that.
things just knocked over all over the place. They'd
Right,
be
right.
just a fucking piece of trash because nobody's going to go out and pick them up and fix them because
It
it's too
would be
much
like the urban equivalent of cow tipping.
Yeah.
Yes, it would be, and it looks like it wouldn't be too hard.
Yeah, you just push that thing over.
And you know, without any time, someone's going to figure out how to get the food out of them. So then it's going to be just.
Why am I still hearing it? Oh, because
Why would you hunt a deer when you could hunt that thing and get fresh Chick-fil-A, all day long?
Well, I've
That
wondered.
would probably be less deer.
I've wondered that about the mobile pickups at fast food places because there's no check-in at all. You
Yeah,
just
it's
walk in
not.
there
It's
and there's a
just an
hot
on
thing
program.
sitting there, and you pick your food up and walk out the door.
Yeah, people steal them.
You know that happens.
It's
all day
considered
long.
worth, it's rare enough that it's just part of the cost business.
Where we live,
So-
I've never heard anybody complain like it at what's that bread and soup place?
Panera?
Panera.
They
That place
have a
is
whole wall of
overpriced
just
crap.
walking all day long and grab stuff too. And I was thinking like one dishonest guy is about to eat real good tonight.
Right.
You ever seen when someone pulls in a 16 valve Honda Civic with multicolored paint panels on it? They have a special alarm for that. That's a joke. You have to.
Sorry, I blanked out. Try again.
Try it again.
If someone pulls in the parking lot with the Honda Civic 16 valve with like two different paint colors, like they're not getting in to steal people's shit. But I mean, do you get it now? Does that
No.
make sense?
No, I don't get it.
I don't get it. Is it an Asian thing?
No, it's just a hood thing.
Oh, I failed. I failed culture.
It's a hood thing. Street racing. I don't know.
I've never lived life in the hood. I've only visited the hood once or twice in Baltimore, and not a fan. The blue lights that are meant to keep you safe if there's a problem are kind of a comical solution to crime. Because if you're relying on the blue light with the camera on it to save you, you're probably already dead.
What's a
You know
district
what I'm
they
talking about,
used to
fans?
classically call a district in the U.S. like where all the strip clubs were?
The red light.
That's a red light district. Why is that?
We just call it the East Side over here.
I think
They would have actual red lights.
prostitutes would turn a red light on to indicate that they're available.
That's like in Amsterdam, isn't it?
Do
Is
they
that-
still
they're
do that over
famous.
there?
There's
Is
a
that
famous
based off
red
the
light
Catholic
district.
Church when the red light shows that God's in the cathedral?
I don't know what it's based on.
Oh,
Well,
That's
in Catholicism, the burning bush was the original sign that their God was present.
I would accept that model.
But do you think that now? Like, if you're hanging out with some buddies and you're telling some dirty jokes, and all of a sudden you see a burning bush, are you like, shh, shut up, God?
Well, I would check it out, and it's like, take your shoes off. I'd be like, yep, this is legit. Everybody stop.
Damn, wow.
My
Mysterious
first response would
ways.
be, uh-oh.
It's an extremely symbolic thing.
Yep, Roxanne. That's what we always think of. You don't need to put on your red light.
Yeah.
Right. Great song.
Yep.
Did you guys look at all at the two people that were taken out in front of the
No, the Israeli.
I
two
did.
Israelis?
yeah
I
did.
what was it? What was the building? An embassy?
Consulate.
Consulate? Yeah, I don't know much about it. I just knew two people that got taken out, and one of them was Jewish. They both, I think, worked for that building.
They were a couple engaged, soon to be married.
Yeah.
And, quite frankly, looking at them, they were both, had good genes. They were very cute people, good looking woman, good looking guy. Looked like they were going to make a nice little family unit and probably have some, gorgeous kids and stuff. Like, not to say that if they were ugly, it would mean less, because that's not at all what I'm saying. But
Don't worry. Now you're digging a hole. Now you're digging.
But yeah, it's sad. It's definitely tragedy. And then you see this fucking chud who's killed them for what? Fucking moron, you know? Fuck him. I hope he fucking gets fucking shanked in prison, dude. Fucking asshole.
I don't know how that works. I don't know where the line is that gets you shanked.
I don't either. And he probably didn't cross it.
I don't know. I only know if they're not adults that you are crossing the line.
He'll probably be
Kitty
someone's...
fiddlers get it.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
And apparently homosexual cannibals get it too.
What?
He's talking about what's that guy?
Jeffrey Dahmer.
Jeffrey Dahmer, yeah.
Oh, I'm glad it's not like a demographic and it's just Jeffrey Dahmer.
I don't think there's a whole lot of homosexual cannibals.
Not only is it was going to be a protected class under the Biden administration.
He didn't know. He didn't know his own. He didn't know who George Clooney was. How did you expect him to know about?
Well, why should he know who George Clooney was? George Clooney has too high of opinion of himself.
Yeah, right.
I don't know. Pretty popular guy, George Clooney. If I had to pick George Clooney, definitely Jeffrey Dahmer out of a lineup, I think I'd be picking out George.
What's your name again, Sonny?
Where's my pen?
You look like Corn Pop, that bastard.
There is a stink about the auto pen going around. I'm sure you guys have heard about that. You might not want to talk about it because you don't care, but that's fine.
Well, a different stink than I've been hearing about before.
Do you guys want to watch a quick video regarding the last subject, and then we can transition to the auto pen?
Yes, I do.
I'm all for clips.
Aqua pen, got it.
You wish to plead for murder in the second. Guilty? Yes, sir.
We're in Saginaw, Michigan, where 51-year-old Steven Sanderson just pled guilty to the murder of another inmate inside a state correctional facility. 10 months earlier, Sanderson, who was already serving life without parole for the 1991 murder of his girlfriend, attacked and strangled his 67-year-old cellmate. He says he did it for a very specific reason.
The reason I killed her was because he was a child molester.
And the judge is like, "Oh, well, you're free to go." You're like,
Sexual conduct in 2014, molesting a 9-year-old girl who lived next to him.
He was my bunkie, and I had found out that he was in prison for child molestation. Really bad case. So that night he was trying to justify why he did it, and I just told him to be quiet, and he would have to leave in the morning to find a new cell. But he continued to talk about it and try to justify it. So he was a little bit bigger than me, so I got down and I hit him in his face a few times. And when he fell, I wrapped a cord around his neck and I took his life.
Fuck yeah.
As a formality of his guilty plea, Sanderson's lawyer then confirmed
Lawyer's
the
like,
basics.
I'm not really here for any purpose.
Oh, sure, yes.
the lawyer's like, "I'm not getting paid.
I meant to kill him."
2 weeks later at sentencing, Sanderson's matter-of-fact demeanor continues as he addresses the public response he received following the murder.
Since this all happened, it's kind of been, people think I'm some kind of hero. Well, I'm actually not. I just, did what I thought was best in the time that I was given. I don't feel bad for what I did, I feel bad for maybe his family or something. But as far as remorse towards him, no.
Sanderson then claims
And they
Theodore
keep putting him
Dyer's
in cells
real
with other
judgment
fiddlers,
is still to
or
come.
Look at how
I've been getting
dumb
these
he looks
emails
with
saying
the
that,
glasses
it's not my
down.
position to judge anybody.
This guy is
I want to
just,
make it quite
that
clear
lawyer
that
looks
I
a little
didn't
new.
judge him.
he's a murderer.
I know
He's a
God.
classic
So it's like,
anti-hero.
I just set the appointment up.
He's a little bit more articulate than I would expect. About
Yeah,
him.
he
Issued
is.
Steven
He's
Sanderson
not dumb.
the
He
maximum
reads
penalty
books.
of an additional life
He's a
sentence.
murderer. He murdered his girlfriend.
Previous
Great
sentence of
anti-hero
life
because he
without
murdered
parole.
a pedo.
Thanks for
Right.
being a fan of Court Cam. Subscribe
Court
to A&E to
Cam.
never miss a new video.
I will say this: his choice of victims is getting more moral.
Yeah, he's
I mean,
better.
He's going up
almost-
the ladder.
It's almost like whoever the pairing decider was in that prison.
They might have known. They might have known what was going to happen.
I mean, yeah, I don't know, but the guy was in for a murder life, no possibility of parole. Why would you put anybody like a pedo with him? Obviously, he's the most likely to kill them.
Because I think it's similar to like the Epstein thing. You know, they're just they don't think about that. Those things. Those people are criminals.
Right.
So just fucking throw them in there, and
It's
whatever
not like they.
happens to 'em.
It's not like they have a collection of chess masters trying to
Right.
figure out the best pairings.
Right.
It's
This ain't grade school trying to place the right
Eh,
kid
right,
in the
it's
right
just
class.
it's just a
take
bunch
a
of
guy-
assholes to them.
You
They
take
don't
a
really-
guy who say he robbed 3 gas stations. They give him 5 years. Minimum to serve is like 3. So they're going to say, all right, this guy's definitely wants to come out. Let's put this guy who a murderer who's never going to get out is going to likely want to kill. We'll put him with people with 3 to 5 year sentences because they want to finish their sentence and get out. You put him with the lifer, no possibility of parole, then he's going to be fucking whistling Dixie because he's like, all right, I get to kill a pedo, you know?
Yeah.
What the hell difference does it make?
I think the only time that might happen is if like there's some connected guy that knows the warden of the prison and is like, look, my nephew's going in there for this, you know, try to put him in with somebody that, you know,
Right.
that might happen, and that might be the only case. Something
Or
like
I'll
that
kill
would
your
happen.
whole family on the outside.
Right.
But here's something to think about.
Yeah. Well, here, real quick, last dance. You know he has homicidal tendencies because he committed homicide, and then he's like, it was his girlfriend, whatever the hell that means. It wasn't like he killed a random
Someone
guy
that's
on
meant
the
to be
street.
close to you.
So he's capable of it, and then you're like, well, we'll just stick this guy in there. Obviously, the dude starts talking about it. The dude's going to be like, all right, well,
let me turn this around. Who should you put in the cell? with
Yeah,
the-
that's what I
with the
was
murderer?
thinking. Maybe you're just like, fuck this guy. Let's put him in with this guy. Maybe he'll kill him.
Here's another thing. Obviously, I mean, that should have been first degree murder. I don't think the prosecution gave a damn about the dead guy. And they just said, how about you give me plead guilty to second degree murder? He said, sure. And then, it shouldn't be. Should have been prosecuted for first degree murder.
yeah.
I don't think
You're
the
probably
prosecution
right.
cares.
But I kind of I'm on the same page with you. Like, I want prisons to maintain a certain level of law.
Right.
We can't have lawlessness here.
No,
Like,
you can't.
we're a civilized country. Someone goes to prison. Their rights as a prisoner, although all of us here don't really give a fuck about them, should be maintained.
This is why there should at least be the death penalty for people who kill in prison, because there's nowhere else to put them. And
Right.
people
Nothing to
who
lose.
are prisoners have a right not to be killed. It's just, so
But
the only
you
way to
say
make-
that even for sex offenders, like this
So,
guy who
yeah.
was talking to this other dude.
Yeah, nobody's going to care about him. Let's be honest. But abstractly, people who are in prison have a right, at least, not to be killed in prison. And if someone is in prison and killing other people in prison, there's not like a higher level of prison you could put them in. So they should be executed.
Yeah, that's why we need to bring back Alcatraz.
But
There's
the
it's still
value,
going to be shared with other Alcatraz inmates.
the
Survival.
value of life of a child molester is very low compared to the value of life of, say, a prison guard.
Yeah.
So you're saying you would value the life of a child molester the same as the punishment you would give to a prisoner who kills a prison guard?
No, I'm just talking in the abstract that people who are in prison have a right not to be killed by other inmates. And if somebody is so dangerous that they can't even be safely imprisoned because they will kill other inmates, then the only reasonable punishment is death.
Well, what they end up doing is they have places like Pelican Bay in California, where they have them isolated and they can basically only barely hear each other from cell to cell, and they get 1 hour of outside time per day, and they eat
That's
alone.
like solitary confinement.
Wouldn't it be more humane to kill them at that point?
You'd have to ask them.
I'd rather live.
Yeah,
rather
for a
live
lot
if
of
you
people,
killed
the
people
desire
all
to
the
live, the desire for that 1 hour of time
Yep.
outside per day is
Or
enough.
just to be in a cell by myself, it's still better than.
Yeah.
Yeah, but your equation's off because you're like, I kill people whenever I want, but I want to live. Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I mean it reminds me of one of the best lines in Platoon. The dead only know one thing. It is better to be living.
Right.
You know?
Is that in Platoon or Full Metal Jacket?
Platoon.
Is it Platoon? It might be.
Yes. You can look it up. I want to hear the clicking.
Take it easy,
Have a
Mr.
good
E.
night.
No, I'm not gonna look it up. I trust you. It's worth me not looking up.
Great having you here, Mr. E.
Mr. E is the man.
See you,
Mr. I also call him when we're hanging out in private, Mr. Excellent. Take care, buddy.
Excellent. I know we missed our chance for the jokes for the big beautiful bill. I'll just make up now. There's a bunch of funny jokes that were going around for no tax on tips, where like all the barbers were going to be like $1 haircuts, but you have to tip me $50. Like, they're just going to rework the whole system so that everything's
going to happen. That is what's going to happen. Not exactly that thing, but there's going to be a decrease in
Right.
prices in professions that get tips, and an increase in tips. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's
Right. I would think
stupid.
there would be some
It
type
is
of fallout
stupid.
on that one. Like, I'm sure there's some type of repercussion for that, especially like for taxes. Like, oh, you run a haircutter and you made $17 this week. You're like, wait a second.
They'll work it right. They'll work it right. They'll still claim 45, 50 G's. a year.
Right. They'll just pay less tax. That's
Yeah.
what it'll end up being.
There's a game to running a small business like that. You just got to play it,
Do you want small businesses to have more ability to grow?
No, I
Right?
personally have
Corporations
always
can do
thought.
too.
I always thought that. How can I put this? If somebody gets, say, $1,000 a year in tips, and they make like, 40 or 50 grand or whatever, I don't think that should be taxed. But if somebody gets like, 100 grand a year, and say, they're getting in Massachusetts, waitress staff is like, waitress pay is like $3 an hour. So that means that like 70% of their wages is fucking tips, and they're not getting taxed on it, then they are totally beating the system.
There's going to
Like
be
they're beating the rest of us to death. That would normally be like 20% taxes.
What do you think Twitch would be? Like all the biddies that people get, that's all tip, right? In a sense, everything people get on Twitch is tips.
That's income.
That is income.
Okay. Right. No, I don't know.
Well, I don't know how they declare it. I mean,
Doesn't
like a
matter.
crazy
It's
thing.
income because tips is fucking Twitch is a corporation. So
they send them a check, basically.
Tips takes a cut and sends the creator money.
Twitch.
Yeah, tips. I keep saying tips. Twitch.
Just a
Yeah.
tip. Show us your
So
tip.
there's like it's a payment, and Twitch decides how much to give to the creator and keep for
You're right back.
themselves.
Okay. But so Twitch takes their cut and then gives the rest of it to the content creator. But then that
Mhm.
content creator would have to declare that and pay taxes on it. But I feel like it's
Depends.
a gray zone
Unless
because-
Twitch.
Yeah.
No, because Twitch could just send in the form for that as income, and then you're going to be on the hook for it.
It sucks because you're no one is watching your show, and you're not saying you have to pay me this much every minute to watch. It's like they're just giving you gifts. So it's interesting that because the thing goes through a corporation and back to you, that it's now an income. So
Well, yeah, because Twitch takes a percentage of it. So they basically they take all of it and then repay whatever the money is minus what their cut is back to you.
Right.
And
damn.
And then it differs, man, from like bits to all of that. There's a different percentage for every single thing. So it's like a pay structure that they can easily probably have set up with the IRS. So if guys aren't paying that and they live in the US and they're supposed to be, I'm sure it's fairly easy for the I'd be willing to bet the IRS is focused on that sort of loss right now because it's probably a hot topic for them.
There's one more thing about money I thought I'd share. I thought it was funny. I saw this lady record herself going to the DMV and paying off a parking ticket or whatever building you go to, and she paid it a $75 ticket in 7,500 pennies. And they were like, she just dumped the pennies all in this where you push it through the window. And they're like, we can't count this here. You have to go to the bank and then again come back and give it to us with a bank note. And she's like, no, it's all there. Just call me. Here's my number. And she walks out the door. And I was like, is that wrong to do that?
No.
It's legal tender, right?
It's legal tender. You said it, buddy. Nothing wrong with that.
It's not like they have anything better to do.
In fact, at one point, Howard Stern ran a some kind of a fucking game show, and you wouldn't believe it, but fucking David Duke won back in the day, and Stern paid him in like $1 checks. It was like a $25,000 prize or something stupid. I can't remember exactly what it was, but Stern paid him in like some stupid increment thing, but it was still legal. So yeah, you can pay it. You can either way. It's all legal tender,
That's brutal.
Mm-hmm.
More like for him, he had to sign each one of those and take it to the bank.
Well, he was the Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan at the time, so we were like, fucking.
He was good.
That's funny, Stern. I mean,
it's okay, KK.
Yeah, I know a lot of people hate Howard. I don't mind him. I listened to he interviewed Kevin Costner recently. It's a great interview.
He's a good. He's a little bit of a kiss ass, though. Like he lost that edge that he had.
Yeah, he sounds old now.
He is interesting though.
This new thing he's coming out with, Horizon. Have you heard about this?
No, I only hear him when I get like some kind of free trial thing with Sirius or whatever.
It's always free with you, man.
Yeah, well, I'm not gonna pay for listening to Howard's. It's not worth it.
Oh, to listen to Stern, yeah.
Yeah.
Wife pays for it. Well, without money.
I got so many fucking services, dude. Like
we were talking about that the other day. And then wife brings up, she's like, what about your Planet Fitness thing? I'm like, I'll go back one of these days. I got the $10 a month deal, though. They don't offer it anymore. So once I cancel it, I'll be like paying $25 when I don't go back. So now I got to keep the 10,
We got Hulu and Disney Plus because it was like $4.99 for both of them.
Yeah, they joined that.
Huh?
They now package deal that. I saw that
I
think last year they started to combine it.
It was Christmas. It was like a Christmas special, $4.99. It's only for a year. And then I noticed for the thing, it said, as long as you haven't had a Disney or Hulu membership in the past month. So I told my son, I was like, if we like this and want to keep it, which I don't even think we're going to because we just don't use it.
Right.
Then we're going to quit like November, the beginning of November. That way by December, if they do the same plan again, we can jump on it again.
The
Interesting.
thing I don't like about the streaming services, what they're doing right now, all of them, is now they have a base model that still has commercials, and you can spend even more to get rid of the commercials.
Yeah, we got commercials on almost all of ours now because it's so much cheaper. And they say that they make more off of the ones with commercials than they do the premium ones.
Well, then that's crooked.
And Mr. E, see you later, buddy. Love you, man.
Well, it's the same thing like with cable. If you had cable back in the day, because you're paying, 60, well, now it's like $100 a month, and they're making money off the advertising as well, but they still have to charge you for it. So if we're not going to have those services anymore at a reasonable price, it's cheaper and better if we pay $5 a month to 10 different services. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, if we want them all, I guess I'm a first worlder that got really comfortable with not having commercials, and when I get bombarded with a commercial to watch a show like every 5 minutes, I get entitled, and it's I think I'm more frustrated with the commercial that they're deciding to show me over and over again, because it's this commercial for a drug that people with HIV can take and not worry about their licentiousness.
And they show gay dudes kissing each other through the whole commercial.
It's a black dude that's dressed up with a wig and big fake nails and stuff, and I'm just like, why are you doing this to me? This same commercial every day, over and over again. Like, are you forcing me to pay the extra money so that you go away?
Yeah, well, gotta wonder what they're thinking with these. For sure.
Right.
They just don't like me personally. I think that's what it is.
Well, I mean, are they just so hell bent on
gay.
like virtue signaling that they're going to virtue signal you to less sales? I don't really understand.
Well, you must fit the demographic.
I think it's that I don't. I really think
homosexual
it's that
gay male RW.
I mean, either my purchases are extremely gay and I don't know it on Amazon, or I'm extremely alpha male and they're trying to make me hate it so much that I pay the extra money. It's the only thing that makes sense to me. But I digress. I just wanted to share one more story.
What's your average purchase?
My average purchase? What is it? I think it's hot chocolate.
Oh, that's it, man. Your average purchase, what you purchase most of, is hot chocolate.
I think that's on the subscription.
If you had to pick,
I mean, I don't even
do
know
a lot of hot chocolate.
No, Xbox controller.
We order a lot of mouthwash.
Yeah, then it would make more sense. If it's all a bunch of I don't even know. I don't know what you can buy that makes you the most gay. Thankfully. Oh, welcome
Bullshit.
back. You can tell us.
You're an expert. You know what to buy.
Hey, he's back.
Apparently, it's hot chocolate.
Yep.
And you're close to the camera. You're like all fired up.
How did you know I just got hot chocolate?
Well, it was a euphemism.
Oh, okay.
What'd you use? Coconut milk?
Rice milk.
Rice milk.
Is it really hot chocolate?
Yes.
That is
Did you
bizarre.
put any?
And I have never gotten one on the entire pub until
That
now.
is bizarre.
Did you put any monkey fist in it?
No. I want.
Oh, right, the alcohol. Wait, it took me a second there.
Give it a splash of the fist.
No. I want the sweet. No.
Oh, look at you.
Creepy. RW, you're like a wizard or something.
No, I'm just upset that my commercials are gay, and it's all because of the hot chocolate. And now I've passed the curse on to you, so at least I'll be okay for a while.
I'm very confident in my sexuality, especially at my damn age.
Yeah,
Right.
I figured it out a long time ago.
I don't feel like I'm watching this commercial. I'm like, am I gay? I'm just like, I'm definitely not gay. This isn't working.
Yeah.
Oh, see you, Welshie. You finally died.
Oh, yes, he did.
Well, I mean, I remember last year when he was at that festival. It was fun as hell, but he had better weather last year. Poor guy. I mean, I've been to festivals when it rains. It sucks, man.
I give him credit for going.
Music festival, right?
Yeah, music, art, that whole thing. Culture.
That's what base was at tonight?
Yeah.
There was, what was it, Burning Man, like last year or maybe the year before, it was like flooded out.
I don't remember. Do you remember when that guy ran into the Burning Man fire and died?
No.
I
When did this
vaguely
happen?
remember that, yeah.
Recently?
A couple years ago.
Yeah,
Because I got a friend that goes every year.
It was terrible. He
I'll
just
have to
was
ask
on
her.
mushrooms and he got a
Oh.
head of steam up and ran like as fast as he could into the fire. It's fucking crazy, dude. People were pretty shocked.
I did a little bit of research on a post I saw the other day. So here's the post. Software engineer lost his $150,000 a year job to AI. He's been rejected from 800 jobs and forced to DoorDash and live with trailers. That's a true story.
Well, it might be true, but it's not true.
Oh.
There's
All
no
right, good
there's
then.
no AI good enough yet that it could actually replace a program.
But also, if there is, and he does lose his job, I wouldn't really feel bad. If somebody could pay nothing and buy a program to do it, then that saves them all the headache of having an employee. It sucks.
And
Well,
we're
that's-
reworking economy right now at light speed.
Yeah. That's how it's always been, though.
That's technology. Instead of having a 2,000 men make a car, you have 250 and they all just monitor the systems that create the vehicle.
Yep.
Or whatever it might be. One of the things I think is really going to take a hit eventually with this AI is marketing. Because marketing is all about demographics and surveys and what's sold, what sells, and what's in the cycle of selling. And if you think about it, all of that data is perfect for AI. And these people would have, sadly, $200,000+ a year marketing gigs, creating campaigns. If you could have programs creating them, and then you could just have a couple of people deciding what to pick from, say, a myriad of various different ideas, you could save so much money. Because marketing right now is huge money in Boston.
I think ChatGPT can already do that.
That's what I'm saying. So these $200,000+ a year jobs are going to be not really worth what they're paying anymore.
Where do you think that the jobs will pick up instead for all the ones that are being lost to AI? Is it going to be picking vegetables? I'm just curious where that supply and demand.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because it's you have to create something.
Well,
I don't know
AI
data
needs
either.
data, and a lot of jobs are best done without a ton of data collection. So there's going to be a lot of jobs that you just do as a human without having to enter a ton of data. Just get it done. Like I said, with marketing, with some levels of finance, I would think AI would be able to do it, the lower level stuff. Taxes? Surely. If you fill out some sort of a form for taxes and it's an AI bot that enters everything and computes it, as long as it's all right, but the AI has to be able to figure out if you had any mistakes, because that's why you hire accountants.
Right.
Basically, to make sure you don't fuck up, and owe a ton.
So here is, I asked an AI to give me a response to what jobs were replaced, the ones being taken by AI. And in short, it's basically saying jobs that like nursing, physical assistant, therapist, caregiving, that's basically where the jobs are going to move into. So hopefully the older generation and the disabled people in the world have a lot of money and need to pay other people to do all their stuff for them so that they can have some income.
I mean, I would say everything's a market, and nothing, things like AI will never result in people getting poorer. Overall, it'll just result in people getting wealthier. Their quality of life will improve. There always will be disruptions, of course. And if you're one of those people if you were a coal miner, you had a good life and then it was taken away. It's not like you're going to magically have a good life, for the next, in 5 years. It's not just going to work that way. But, if programming gets cheaper, then everything that depends on programming will get cheaper. So, costs will go down. Things will be more easy to afford for people who have other jobs.
So some people are benefiting, like Jason. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna. I mean, it can't take away everybody's job because there won't be funding. It won't be profitable for the businesses to, have AI do everything because there will be no customers. So it'll all work itself out.
Exactly.
Jason is using ChatGPT as a small business owner, to build his income and his business without hiring people by using ChatGPT to do like accounting and marketing and these things that he would normally have had to have hired individuals for. So I can see how in some cases it empowers people to become more wealthy with their model, but then other people that had the model where they went to work and did this thing that AI replaced, they're the ones that are going to have to figure out, how am I going to earn a bit of bread now? Because the globe, the whole entire world now is changing its model, and we are, we're in a transition phase. I don't know how long the transition phase takes because the speed at which AI is increasing ability is incredibly fast. I mean, when COVID,
who were you talking about?
My cousin who came on once or twice.
Okay, yeah, I like that guy.
When COVID started, we were like farting around with like these AI models that would print out these pictures that look like an acid trip dream, and now they're like almost indistinguishable from reality. And that was in a 4-year period. Before that, we didn't really have much AI to mess around with besides the pioneers of ChatGPT and people messing with like DeepSeek and stuff. So I'm just curious, in 4 more years, where we'll get to. Bottle Cap disagrees with what.
Yeah, Bottle Cap disagrees. Bottle Cap, elaborate if you feel comfortable doing so. We're all curious. But yeah, interesting.
It's worth keeping in mind that what we call AI today, ChatGPT, is a certain type of software called a large language model, and it has limitations. First of all, it needs to have a lot of data to train on to be of any value at all. And it also can't really transcend its data in some sense.
Right.
Look who it is.
Out of a box.
Kill dog in the house.
I'll give you guys a example of how technology is awesome. I have a Ring Cam, and just now I muted my mic because I made fart sounds because my wife was standing out on the front porch taking my dog out.
That is what technology was meant for.
Yes. So if any of my neighbors come outside and they see my wife standing over there, they think she's farting.
I'm glad that
that's how you know you
go well.
Love is humiliating those who you claim to love. That's what it's all about. That's
and when the uprising happens, the computers will probably spare you.
They'll be like, this guy made good decisions.
Bottlecap saying that many jobs were created for programmers with the advent of computing, and many of the peeps that jumped on the bandwagon don't have the aptitude for programming.
Right.
I'm not. How does that relate to what I said?
Excuse me.
I think he's still going.
Okay.
Don't really know.
It's all good. If the market's going to correct itself and we're going to be fine, that's great. I think there's people that are entitled and don't want to work. There's different angles that our economy is going to be going through some interesting waves. You throw AI
Yeah, I mean,
it's going to be interesting.
so I don't, so I was going to say, I don't know how much data there is for large language models to train on marketing. I mean, I don't know.
I mean, Jason's already running a successful model with it. I don't know how much he had to add. I don't know how much he had to teach the machine learning to be able to run the task, but I don't think it took him too long.
I participate in a programming website called Stack Overflow.
Yeah, you need to move over, RW. Am I the only one that has RW behind like the words?
I can just.
All right,
is,
here
that
we
a,
go.
is that a new thing?
Yeah, I was just going to say we can get rid of it. I had it on Based Welshman because he doesn't show his face, so it was okay to.
Even if he did, we'd probably have.
It's a new thing.
Is that an AI thing?
No, it's just a new feature. If it was AI, it would know that we were getting sick of it and it would turn itself off.
Yeah, that's true.
It would be learning. So people, go ahead. Sorry, last names.
Yeah, so I got to experience how well these things work, and they work okay, but they're not good enough to replace a programmer. What it can do is make programmers more productive, a little bit.
Okay. I mean, there's people that are literally writing programs with ChatGPT.
Yeah,
I'm not sure how intelligent they have to be.
I know they do, and there's a lot of crap software. This is how it is. I'm not going to name names, but some third world countries people have been outsourcing software for years now.
What are you afraid of naming an entire country? Come on,
Yes,
bro.
I am, because it's unfair for one thing.
Just name the country.
But some places, that make delicious food that I love, but they also, people send them programming jobs.
Do they have red dots in the center of their heads?
Supposed to talk like this when you are explaining yourself.
Yes, that does sound familiar.
India.
What happens is that even back 5 years ago, there was a certain minimal level of competence that you got used to get. Now there's even less competence because people who are even less competent over there are claiming to be able to do programming. They're undercutting the already incredibly cheap $1 a day programmers that are there. They're now paying 50 cents a day, and they're producing their code with ChatGPT, and it's crap. So it's just like another layer of crap. But everything gets better, right? So the current generation of these tools will yield to more accurate and better generations, and it's possible that in a few years I'll be saying, yeah, there's nothing that I can do that it can't do better and faster and with less attitude.
Right. And we have Tesla trying to release its Optimus models, a human cyborg or whatever they're called, human robots. Once that's in the populace, that combined with people being able to program themselves, it's going to be interesting reality.
Well, I think that I'm excited about medicine because, train AI on every medical paper ever written for every case ever concealed. And, now when somebody comes in with a collection of symptoms, these tools may be able to at least remind doctors of the more obscure diagnoses that may be overlooked.
Now, is this better than Idiocracy's system in the future?
No, you still need a doctor because the symptoms are too inaccurate to, in most cases, to 100% pinpoint what it's, I got a pain in my chest, and my
Could be the
temperature's
night.
a little high, and I'm ugly. Well, let's see. What could that be? It could be any one of 10 different things.
Ah,
nine
you're
of which
old.
are- Nine of which are, uninteresting and not harmful, and one of which is, going to kill you in the next hour unless we figure out what it is and fix it.
So that's the difference between data and intuition.
Yeah, data, because these things generate probability matrices,
Right.
and based on they get probabilities based on the data that you've presented. The symptoms, what's the probability that it's this disease? What's the
As
probability?
long as that data cannot be lobbied by corporations.
Yeah,
then
well,
I agree with you.
right. So
Otherwise-
right. So you need clean data. Stack
Yeah,
Overflow
we need
was used
Advil.
for Stack
You're like,
Overflow was
you need
used to
Advil.
train these programming models, and this is a corporation, Stack Overflow, and they didn't like that because they're not getting a penny. So they've been trying to figure out a way to get some money from this revolution.
When my grandmother went to the hospital last month, I saw that there was a gateway portal because we're rural. It's a nice hospital for as far as we are from cities, but they don't have that many specialty doctors, so they have this little like gateway they roll around, and it's like a portal screen, and you like interact with a doctor somewhere that's a specialist somewhere else.
Mhm.
That technology, it might not be new for you guys or anything, but for us, I was like, whoa. And then combine that with that database you're talking about where an AI is spitting out every single possible probability and percentage, and then the doctor is like looking at it and making an educated guess. I can see that being a benefit to the medical industry.
Well, one thing
we don't have the those doctors are actually here in Boston.
Yeah, you're spoiled.
Yeah, we are, because we got the best.
But even then, and I agree that those are the doctors you want to see. Even here in Baltimore, I have a choice of local hospitals, local doctors, and then there's this place called Johns Hopkins Medicine, and those are the
Why isn't it John Hopkins?
Because his name was Johns Hopkins. I don't know why.
Papa John's, same company.
What a weirdo.
Yeah.
All right, continue.
So for a lot of specialties, those are the best doctors around. They basically, so do you go there or do you go to the local guy? It depends, right? If you're seriously ill, you might want to go to the Johns Hopkins if they're good at your thing.
Yeah, up here in MA, we got Brigham, and we got Mass General, and they're both incredible.
Right.
Incredible. But if you go back, Brigham is based on who? Brigham Young. And we all know the history of the Mormons. So it isn't exactly a shining history, but
Magic
what are you
underwear?
gonna do?
Yeah.
Yeah, that and massacre here and there. But what are you gonna do? These things happen.
Yeah,
we're lucky here. We got some good hospitals here.
Got some decents. Yeah.
So I have a question for the panel. I had to go and get a physical for insurance purposes, and on the way out, they wanted me to like set up my next physical, and they're like, if you don't set up your next physical within 3 years, you're gonna have to come back and do this process again. And I was like, I don't fucking care. And this lady said,
set up the physical.
The lady said to me before I left, we're the same age. She's like, I didn't care about doctors before, but you're gonna get to the age like me where you won't know what to do without them. I was like, that's not true for me. I don't have this mindset.
Yeah, but you should get the physical. Get the physical, bro.
I already did get a physical.
Why would you need more than one physical for insurance?
Well, they said that in the next 3 years. Fine, set one up for fucking August 2026.
But even if I don't, I just have to go back and get a physical. I just don't like being like brought in like clockwork for stuff that I don't need. I have this mindset where I don't like being farmed. And the whole doctor
to me, it's not being farmed.
Aspect to me.
Well, I don't get anything other than when I go in every year, they tell me, well,
your blood pressure is the same it was last year, or maybe it's elevated, or whatever it might be. So you want to like have a comparison note year to year. That's not crazy.
That's teach their own. That's cool. I just don't have the mentality where like I need to go ask a doctor. I don't have that mentality.
Do you take your blood pressure every month?
No. And I have
You have the blood pressure meter.
I have a blood pressure machine. There's 94-year-old people that live with us in this homestead. We have the little trinkets you stick on your finger and it tells you the future. Now it just tells you your blood pressure.
That's your blood sugar
and your oxygen levels and stuff.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So these are right. So this is pulse and oxygen level. I got you. Okay.
You don't need to take at your age. You don't need a physical every 3 years. That's pretty silly.
What are you, 40?
Eat
like 25, isn't he?
I'll be 40 this year.
He's 40, man. 40 is the time when you start taking care of yourself.
But you don't need a physical. Unless something changes drastically, you don't need a physical. But I mean, pay attention to yourself. Not every 3 years. 5 years is more than enough.
No. This is how people die.
But my hand's been
die of what?
Time. You guys ever had
what
that?
happened to your hand? See, look.
It's like
Aphid
falling
looks
asleep
hands
all the
asleep.
time.
It's about to fall off. And Aphid looks like wait another 3 years.
Seriously, it's
Fucking
like bothering the fuck out of me.
Yeah, dude, that sounds terrible.
It sounds like you have restricted blood flow.
Well, I saw, and I've been trying to do this kind of thing, and it's actually helping because I saw some YouTube videos, and they said it could be like a pinch thing in your neck. And you do this. So I've been doing.
What are you doing when you say do this? You're
looks like a nervous tick.
I'm like moving my shoulders and my neck and stuff.
Crazy people do that.
Unsure of a question in a
That's
important test.
What?
It's like you're unsure of a question when someone asks you something. Just keep doing that.
Do you ever see crazy people? They're always shifting their head. Like,
Well, they got that
nervous tick.
Targa, Indonesia, or whatever it's called. I just butchered that name. Where they
Pakistan,
they take the crazy person medicine and it makes them twitch and do different things.
Wow.
Because there's a commercial. I was thinking, because some of these commercials, I'm like, is there really, like, I see these commercials so often, and I'm like, is there really that many people that are suffering from this that it warrants them spending that much money on advertising for
There's
that
people
problem?
that are hypochondriacs that will believe that they have that disease because they've seen the commercial.
All right, this is some sort of a reference. I don't know what that means.
No one is microdosing here.
What does that mean?
That
Yeah,
means
I don't
it's a very
microdose,
small
but I
volume.
know quite a bit about it. But I don't.
I understand that you take mushrooms to the point below where it makes you hallucinate, and it's considered a medicine.
English Bottle Cap's got some ways to figure it out.
No, I've macro dosed long ago, but no micros.
I know there's a lot of studies being done right now with mushrooms for curing different things. Sometimes it's hard to tell if it's people that just want drugs or it's actually helpful. I don't know, but I know they're delicious.
You ever done mushrooms, RW?
I have done mushrooms once, and I'll never do them again.
Did you see the hallucinations?
Yeah, the walls. at the
Thank you,
beginning,
cup of tea.
the walls were like moving, and then it was like everybody was happy and having fun. Then we went outside, and it was a full moon, and it was like a super one with nature thing. And then it went past the threshold to demons tormenting me for the next 4 hours. So I was like, I'm gonna pass on this in the future.
Yeah, it can happen, bro.
Yeah.
Sometimes folly can go foul when you're tripping. Tripping can go all directions. It's crazy.
I'd rather spend time
I
with
knew
good people.
I knew a friend that got stuck in a 2-person pub tent one time on shrooms. Not good.
Yeah.
2-person pub tent.
Like a
Pub tent,
little
like,
bitty
I mean-
small confined tent.
Oh,
I mean, what were you guys doing in pub tents on shrooms? What are you?
Well,
in
if I
gay-
remember the story
gay
correctly
army?
from
What
my
the fuck
friend,
was this?
it was at a campground, and there was just too many close people, so it was decided to go in the pub tent and maybe clear our heads or clear their heads a little bit.
Pup tents are tiny, dude.
Yeah, dude. And when
We
we
need to
and
confide
when they
space with
they
Dark,
went
that's
in
what he
there,
needs.
it got a little crazy.
Yeah, let's us two guys go in the pup tent while we're tripping face, and that'll calm us down. In this
Right.
tiny
We don't want
little-
any bright lights with colors or anything like
in
that.
there, and it's
No
like
good
this
music.
tight to your face. This is great. Yeah, totally awesome in here.
Mrs. Lip knows that story very
Oh my
well, and
God, yeah.
she just rolled her eyes.
It's funny, bro.
Again.
It's learning. It's learning. You're in a learning process when you're growing up.
I mean, the
Take
person
a
I
little
talked
bit
to was open to mushrooms, and mushrooms, are cool. They're really, because I talked to this person deeply about this topic, and mushrooms were a lot better than acid for that person.
Bingo.
I enjoy photography. I like going out and finding them. There's so many different species.
Oh, come on topic. Make it 5. Make it 5, bro. I don't know. Maybe he doesn't want it. Maybe he wants to stay.
I never did E.
I never did.
I heard
either.
you could get gay on E, so I was like, nah, I don't want to take the chance.
Not you.
I don't want no chance of that.
Not you. The very
I had
definition
some
of
time with
masculinity.
I had some time with
check
these.
it out,
Let me
Last
tell
Dance.
you.
Look at the screen. See how
The
like, there's
E-pill-
that
the
invisible
E-pill
gray
is-
wall right there.
What are you talking about?
Oh yeah, you're like behind a shield.
Yeah, it's like this
It's like
this is where
it's like the Pope
cyberbullying
shield.
can affect me. This is my safe space, and then
Or
this is
comments
gray
on it.
I'm over
it's
here.
like a teleprompter.
Oh, I
thing.
see. Yeah.
This
You got
just
words. You
off
got
the
words on there that you're reading.
I can't see any of that.
Oh, it's because the chat's back, but it just wasn't active. I see. Okay,
You
Yeah.
can't see that line on the side of his head.
that's just my face.
No.
Here you go.
Yeah, right there, right there. It's right in the middle of his head. You can't see that.
He's
No.
white.
You need to put your readers on if you can't see that.
There's nothing there.
He's lying.
Dude.
He's lying or he's
Put your
crying.
okay. Go back, RW. You can't see that. That
Oh,
line.
on RW.
Yeah,
You didn't even know who
No,
we're talking about,
dude,
man.
just shut off the fucking comments on the stage.
there you go. Now it's clear.
I did that before, and then what? Did Last Dance? You keep turning it back on?
I don't think I turned it on.
Somebody
It could
did.
be like you're just like resetting the 5 minutes.
Maybe I did turn it on absentmindedly.
You
Too much
clicking
hot
buttons
chocolate
over
for the
there.
day,
Last
dude.
dance.
Yeah.
That's your last cup of hot chocolate for the night.
Okay. Fair enough.
Intervention.
Yeah, we can toggle this baby on and off, but
What other beta stuff did they bring in besides the overlay for chat?
that's it. That's it.
Oh,
There's something down at the bottom that says share your referral link. I have no idea what that does.
I see that on mine too.
Last Dance, email and phone number.
What about it?
What?
Share. 'em.
If you click on it, you can drop a special link that gives you $10. Check out StreamYard and get $10 discount. So it's you drop it and other people can sign up and get a discount.
And obviously, I'm kidding. I'm not expecting you to share your email and phone number.
It's too late. I just typed it in. It'll be appearing. in a
Yeah, all right. Okay. Everybody, meet my friend LD.
Whirlynipples@hotmail.com.
Now, Smoke Steve, you're just using the StreamYard directly. You're not using OBS, are you?
What does that mean?
Could you imagine?
irritable irritable bowel syndrome.
Orbital.
Dude, it's
OBS was what I always used for my live shows, and I know you can use it directly with StreamYard, so I didn't know if that's what you were doing.
No, .com, but .com, buddy.
Yeah, it gives you a bunch of extra features and everything. It's just a little complicated, but that's what people use when like they have new people join. They drag their logo over that video so that if they're going to p-bomb. no one
Have you
sees
ever
it.
made a suggestion to StreamYard that they make that feature basically an anti-crankle feature?
Seriously, I mean, how hard would it take? How long
You
would it
could
take?
just let the guest's voice go on, but their video doesn't go on, or basically you could control whether the video or the voice go on.
That's right, exactly.
Either or both. It doesn't seem like it would be that much harder to do.
Right.
And it would get rid of the Crankle threat.
Yeah. For some reason, they don't care.
Yeah, I guess Crankles of the world aren't a big problem just for us.
They may own majority stockhold for this company. So
the Crankle Corporation is owns a big chunk of StreamYard, do you think?
it's possible. He does nothing else, so I can see it working out that way.
Yes, I am for Crankle censorship.
Ooh, Topple caught onto that one. Dang, Topple, you're on your A game right now. Too much tea.
Tap's quick.
He is. Doggo here too.
I went to Doggo's page. He's got some videos on there.
Go on.
He's into what's the house music stuff, you know.
Barrett Thompson. House is the music.
Yeah.
Not house music stuff. It's house.
What does that mean?
Like rave type music.
Okay.
Yeah. Thumping bass, a little bit of snare, yada yada. Do you guys like watching? Should I throw on a stream from
Yes, whatever it is you're going to say.
Key West, the same one I always present.
Sure, absolutely. Bear Thompson. Bar.
We could turn the volume down.
You should encourage more people like Barrett Thompson and Doggo. They should call in.
I try to, man.
Apple.
Come on. We got room for 10. There's only 4 slots taken.
Yeah, if you're not bored, if you're bored, Bear.
How do I get that to be smaller? Can I make it smaller?
You got to maximize the.
Just put a tip up in there.
You should be able to just click full screen on the video itself.
Yeah.
Just for full screen.
Click the full screen on the lower right corner of the video.
Look at that. He's got.
Yeah, but what I want to do is make that just a little tab with all of us the same size.
Oh, I see. I don't know that you can do that.
You can. You if you share screen. If you go to present on the bottom, I can do it and bring up a third party.
This is presented. It's presented. That's what I did here to do this.
I think you're sharing something a little different than we do then. Because if I present a screen, it comes on as another video camera.
Hey,
that's the whole thing.
Wait. Why do this?
I don't see how to get it what you want to do, Smoke Steve.
RW, how did you just make it all 4 of us?
I was clicking on stuff, but it wasn't all 4 of us. There's 4 different ways. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are the only possibilities. There's that.
That's not bad. I like that one.
How do you get those?
You see the layout?
You got rid of him.
He just killed himself. He clicked a button.
Yeah, he's there. I don't know what he did. Get back on, buddy.
Jesus Christ. What the hell did I do? Did I do that?
Did I do that?
All right. No, I don't. What do you want this thing to just be one of the squares, just like one of us?
Yes.
Same size? I don't think there's any way to do that.
What is this link? Can you drop this link in the back chat? Let me try something.
Doggo, thanks for being here, man. Peace.
Well, you could do a custom layout. I've never tried that.
Custom layout.
Add item.
Fuzzy Birches.
Nah, it's too
is the only
complicated.
Good one. Too complicated. Can't do it.
What does this edit layout button do? Famous last words, huh?
Rock and roll. Do it. Do it.
Yeah, if he killed the stream, who'd complain?
I would.
Well, I mean, it's getting late here.
Let me try something real quick before you kill it. I just want to test the theory.
Do whatever.
All right.
So where's this at, Smoke Steve?
Isn't it on the screen?
Yeah, but the channel is Willie T.
Oh, where is it at? It's
Yeah.
it's fucking
Louisiana,
Key West.
right? New Orleans?
Key West.
Key West, that's right.
Oh, Key West.
Willie
Do me
T.
a favor. Do me a favor and kill your stream for a second.
Who?
Whoever's sharing this big stream.
That's me. That means I'll kill the whole lot.
No, he's killing the YouTube feed.
Yeah,
Stop sharing. Stop sharing is what you're saying. There.
All right. On
How's
the
that?
bottom, you should see me trying to record. It does the same thing. I remember it being able to be brought up as one of the screens before, so I guess that's just not a thing anymore.
Is that you?
Yeah, here. This is the one I chose.
Well, you guys both got premium.
Beastie Boys. Watch out. Watch out.
You're getting monetized. Demonetized right now.
Yeah.
You're not going to make your 2 cents this week.
You can't do that, RW.
No. Oh, yeah, sorry. Forgot about the whole copyright infringement.
Might have been short enough that it didn't even pop out.
No, I don't think it'll be a problem because it was so short.
I was dancing too, and we were talking about it. So it was what do they call it?
Dancing?
Commentary. Yeah.
Dancing.
I would argue it in court.
You were moving.
Yeah. To the sounds. Beastie Boys is not overrated.
Alice in Chains
Yeah.
overrated. What are you, crazy?
Well, Topple said Beastie Boys are overrated. Alice in Chains are more overrated than Beastie Boys.
They're not.
He's a skateboarder,
Not,
Topple.
Nutshell is one of the best songs ever, bro. And the Beastie Boys are overrated. And to tell you the truth, Aphid, I'm one of the biggest fans ever of the Beastie Boys. I love the Beasties.
The Paul's Boutique is one of the best albums ever made.
Yeah, you know I've put that up there. But you know, after Paul,
I didn't bring up the topic. Topple did. He said
Hey,
Beastie Boys. are
Topple is
overrated.
here.
So I'm saying Alice in Chains are overrated.
Nutshell.
I'll tell you who's overrated is Bruce Springsteen, which I finally agreed with Trump.
But the only reason
He's not overrated. He's pretty good.
I'd agree he's overrated, but that doesn't mean he's not good. It just means he's overrated.
Eric Clapton's overrated.
Oh, that's fighting words there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's the first line to? Do you guys remember the song "Hungry Heart" by Springsteen? Hungry
yeah.
Heart.
Oh, Jesus.
He says, "I got a wife and kids in Baltimore, Jack. I took a ride and I never went back." I mean, it's funny because husbands hear that and like, damn, he just left.
Yeah.
That is rough. But everyone secretly wants to be that guy. They're like, damn,
Yeah, right.
drove off into the sunset. Like, it's terrible, but like,
Hey, you always want to escape your problems, right?
That's why
Start
it's
over.
a well-written song. It's a great song.
I mean, I don't know if I agree with that 100%. I wish my problems would just shut the fuck up sometimes. That'd be great.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if everybody feels that way, but there's been times when I've said, "What the fuck? Why don't I just get in my car, drive away somewhere, fuck my job, fuck everything else that's going on here, and I won't have anything. I'll be like the what was that? The Klaus Schwab organization.
I thought you were gonna say Wu-Tang, but it's WEF.
WEF. I'll have nothing and I'll be happy.
Right.
I think that was more possible back in like the 50s and 60s, where like you could just like go like 5 area codes over and like get a job easy and get another house. And like now, like if you get a job,
Right.
you walk away from it. You're
Well,
fucked.
you got if you
There's
if you have a phone, people know you where you are, whether you want to know.
That's
whether
right.
You want it or
Track
not.
your cell phone.
Yeah, interesting.
Times are changing.
I'll kill the stream from there, from Key West. Anyone else want to join in?
Anybody
Any
want to
you-
talk some stuff?
What's that?
Anybody want to talk about some stuff with us? I've exhausted my list,
Topple.
except for me and the Last Dance were talking about the New Jersey Congresswoman that's facing
All right,
federal
I
assault
gotta
charges.
pee in the driveway, and then
Yeah,
I want
me
to
too,
get into
man.
this.
Okay.
Into this.
All right.
Aphid
I'll
Lip,
wait,
why
I
are you
guess.
so quiet?
Huh?
Aphid's
going-
so quiet. Where's he going?
He's going to do what you're going to do.
He's going to go to the local KFC and destroy their toilet.
Right.
He's not. But Aphid
He
Lip,
had,
no
he had an
internet?
idea.
I mean, sorry,
Yeah.
Topple. Night, buddy.
You
See
have no
soon.
internet.
Take care. Be well.
That's
Take
a
care,
terrible
man.
argument to be able to post that on the internet.
Yeah, I know it's ridiculous. He probably just using his phone data, mobile
That's what I was
data.
doing. I think that's what I'm still doing. Shit. Yes, that's what I'm still doing. Oh well.
Yeah.
Got to use it somehow. And when I leave my house, I don't really watch videos and stuff on the internet.
How do I get Aphid Lip up there instead of Smoke Steve?
Don't you just? He's gone.
Well,
Oh, there he is. A bit of a delay there. Can you just click on his picture, or how does it work?
no, I don't know how to do it.
I'm curious how much different your heads-up display is as opposed to the people that aren't admin. Is it just you have an extra button that gives you setting options, or
I assume it's just a few extra buttons. There's like a row of buttons immediately underneath the screen with layouts, different
Okay.
layouts, and then there's Topple. Hey, Top.
I knew it.
Oh, there he is. Look at
Uh-oh.
him.
Why are you
All
lying,
right.
bro? Why you
Can you
gotta
hear
make?
me?
Why you gotta
Yeah.
tell all the fibbers?
What's up?
Why you fibbing, bro?
I don't have internet. What?
And you don't speak English, so it's going to be tough to have you on.
What's up, everybody? How's everyone doing?
Oh, good to see
All
you,
right.
Topple.
Good to see you, buddy.
I'm
Good
pretty
seeing
good.
y'all.
You got
Y'all
your
having a chill night? No yelling, no screaming.
well, that was earlier.
Oh, that was
Grande
earlier.
was on here and then he rage quit.
Who?
He deleted
Grande.
himself.
Big G. And then I got into a shouting match with Brandon.
Oh yeah, you did. He
Was that a
rage quitted.
shouting match?
No, he just had to go. He doesn't.
I
Well, you were
don't blame you.
you basically were telling him he was an idiot moron that was making up everything he was saying.
Well, I don't- hope I didn't say that, but I did.
I mean, that's
call,
pretty much what I heard.
That's
I did say he was full of shit, though.
I don't think that was even much of a paraphrase, Aphid.
No, I like Brandon. I enjoy him.
He
Shows.
will
I
tell
mean-
you himself every once in a while that he is doing what he's doing for fun.
That's fine.
He's trolling.
Yes.
Who
Really?
is?
Well, I mean, he
Brandon.
obviously
Brandon.
is passionate about what he's saying too, though.
Who's trolling?
Dang
Me.
Brandon. When he comes on and he does his thing, he's playing a game, sort of. But he's
Oh, yeah, I
definitely
mean-
the side he chose is very clear for the game he's playing.
Totally.
Yeah, I agree. Bottle cap.
I
And I
mean,
love
what
you
I
both.
s-
Oh,
Oh, Jesus.
McGrady's.
No one's better than McGrande. Stop.
He's OG.
That's true.
Yeah, it's different though because like I really haven't had to mute Brandon because he often pauses and lets people respond.
Was Welshman on here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that why? Okay.
Yeah.
But
with McGrind, tonight I had to mute him because he was talking over Dank Brandon. And, you know, I'm not like Dank Brandon. I'm happy to give Brandon his time to chat. Brandon hung out for, I don't know, a good 20 minutes at least.
I thought those two would connect the most.
They didn't know that they were on the same team.
No, they do connect, but McGee just doesn't stop. It doesn't matter who's talking.
McGrady loves to hear himself.
I mean, he's great though. I don't want him to feel like he should not be here.
Absolutely.
I just want to be able
maybe
to
not
engage
the whole entire time.
Yeah. You know what? If you would just not object to us muting him, it would work perfectly.
The mute was only going to be probably about 90 seconds.
Right.
To be honest, it was just to let somebody else get a complete cogent thought out and into the conversation, and then he could fucking go off. But
It's like a real pub. It's a real pub.
How do you mute somebody?
Sometimes you need to punch him in the face.
Punch him in the face.
It's a real pub without the fist.
Usually a wait timeout.
See my new puppy?
Oh, that is a
remember that
new
dog,
puppy,
yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Where's the other one?
Poppy. Oh,
they ate it.
She's pissed. So
I bet.
It's
You're whoring out.
Le Pew.
You're whoring out your screen to puppies.
Oh, man.
America.
That's adorable. Look at that
I
little.
bet the other one is showing his teeth right
Oh,
now.
Right, yeah.
I'm gonna dox myself.
Oh, you gotta,
Well,
you gotta.
they can literally go back.
oh
and
yeah, I mean, you'd
Yeah.
have this is 720p, bro. We're not going to see nothing. You're
He
fine.
lives in Blue Circle.
I wouldn't take the chance, Tom.
Yeah.
Right. We've got.
No, yeah, always
crazy
looking out.
people.
Always looking up. It's
You've
cute
done
though.
so good this far.
Is Lola like totally pissed off or what?
No, she's 8 years old. He's 6 months old. She just it's her house, and she's a terrier, but she's really cool with him because it's like a mother. Like she shows who's alpha is, but they're getting along. It's a puppy, so puppies.
How long have you had it?
Why did you get more dogs, Topple?
2 weeks. What's that?
Why did you get more dogs?
Because I like dogs more than people.
Well,
We
we
all do.
appreciate you coming out here.
My wife's got a shirt that says "Dogs are my favorite people."
Yes.
How do you feel about that, Steve?
What?
How do you feel about that?
About what?
About dogs being better than people?
Disagree, but I mean, if people want to have dogs, then more power to them.
I just don't understand how you can't be a dog person.
I am a dog person.
Smoke Steve wife.
Delicious.
I could see her being a dog person.
I love dogs. I get along great with all dogs. You'd be surprised to see me around dogs. They love me.
I think the dogs would be surprised around you.
I mean, I do like dogs. I get along well.
Here, eat some grapes.
Oh,
I've got
we don't condone that here.
you ever seen, one dog I like to see on my daily walks is a
Wolf.
Norwegian elk hound. These things are beautiful.
The fuck is
Absolutely.
that?
Now you're just making up species.
No, I'm not. They're gorgeous. They look like a husky, but much fluffier.
Man, that sounds like Dags. It sounds like Dingleberry heaven.
Yeah, maybe. But when you see them in the streets, when you don't have to deal with their crap at home, like this thing is super friendly and nice. Like he'll go down on his paws and sit on the ground and wait for me to catch up. He won't let the owner walk forward till he gets to say hi to me. Real nice dog.
I had a pit bull that was like that.
Whoa. If it was a pit bull down like that, I'd be like, yo, let's get the weapon.
Whoa.
Pit bulls are real ferocious animals.
Yeah,
bro.
but he meant his smartphone. He's just gonna boop boop beep beep boop. Hello?
They're sweet.
I got a problem.
There's pit bulls that are sweeter than anything in the world.
I got a little scar here from a pit bull about a couple
Look at
months
that.
ago.
Last Dance, he would have been good looking, except he got his face half bit off by a pit bull. Look at this.
I was just a dog.
Damn.
I was just this close to being a male model, but for that
Yeah.
pit bull.
Can you believe
Well,
it?
you can still be a hand
Pit
model,
bull.
right?
I was about to say hand model. Damn it, RW.
We've been hanging out too long. I'll just stop talking for a while.
He deflected the pit bull with his hand. He doesn't often show it, but he's only got 2.5 fingers and a quarter of a thumb. You wouldn't know it though.
He'd probably be pretty badass on a banjo.
Yeah. Pretty
All
good.
dogs are sweet if they're your own.
Yep.
That's right.
Hey, John. Aphid probably lives that lifestyle.
There's at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
I've always liked all dogs, even vicious dogs that would want to kill me. I just find them.
Never met a dog that wants
Cuddle them until they stop breathing.
Oh, there was this when I was a little kid. This one family had a Doberman Pinscher, and this was just the dog was just. It just wanted to kill everybody.
What, did they name it Lucifer or something ridiculous?
They named it. I can't remember what they named it, but
Come here, Fulgore, destroyer of worlds. It's
the
time for
guy.
you.
These were some very sick people. The guy was known to be. God, I remember his name now. Richard Bastier. He committed suicide 50 years ago. So
No.
but,
50 years ago?
Well, I was a kid.
Did he do it in a good fashion, like in the yard?
I have no idea how he did it. I just
Oh.
heard that he killed himself.
Jesus. Sounds like quite a neighbor.
He wasn't really a neighbor. He just lived in the
What
neighborhood.
did you do? Oh, he killed himself last dance. You didn't like him, right?
He was like 10 years older than me. It wasn't me.
Uh-huh. Is that how, was that your first job?
First paid job.
Voice cracked.
I'm curious. Does everyone here think assault or battery is worse?
Battery. Well, it depends. There's different degrees.
I know I talked
I've
about
already-
this one.
yeah, we've already-
Just lull back.
Aphid and Smoke Steve, is assault or battery worse?
You'd have to define them both for me to give you opinion.
That's fair enough.
I'm not very well read.
Neither am I. Smoke Steve?
Salt.
See, that's what I thought too.
No, it's
Apparently, battery is worse than assault.
Battery.
So, because there's that congresswoman from New Jersey that like pushed the ICE agent, like she like harumphed and pushed him, and now she's
It's
being
not really
fined.
to me. It's not clear if she really pushed him. It was she was getting pushed, you know.
and brushing.
I don't know that she. It's like when you're in high school and you're in line or something, and their kids are pushing. And, you get thrown forward, and the person in front of you gets hit by you, but you didn't really push them. It was just you
were the blunt object that was
exactly.
RW, did you say harumph and push?
Yeah, she was like, like it, so
What
like
what is
imagine
the
a
legal
banana-
definition of harumphing?
Harumph. Like
Harumph. What the
so
fuck
like
is that?
it's like a Nana in a mosh pit. That's basically her scenario.
Go
And
out?
the ICE agent may have had to take the rest of the month off from the damage. she
Bear
received.
Thompson has it.
The ICE agent got a solid harumphing. Poor bastard.
Yeah, he'll
Poor
be
bitch. Got harumphed.
Harumph.
If I spit on you, that can
I did call you Bear.
be assault.
No one's calling him Bear. Sorry,
I called
bro.
him Bear. I didn't say Barrett. I said Bear.
Well, technically, you just said both.
Okay, now I did.
Oh.
Tricked me.
It's almost like they have the same. Barrett and Cup of Tea have very similar avatars.
Put your glasses on, dude.
Yeah, you got beer goggles on.
Yeah, I don't.
That chick is so hot.
She must work out.
What the Avatar? They're not the same at all.
It's the YouTube logo maybe that's some.
It's
can't even see the
beak.
bear.
The beak and the light part of Barrett are in the same location.
All right, yeah, it was the glass. Was the lack of glasses that was. I need glasses more and more.
There's
Glasses
another
time.
guy on X that has to do with crypto, and he has the same red eyeball things, and I thought it was Bear when I randomly came across him. So there
You
must
think
be
you think that's a picture of Bear with his eyeballs glowing?
right. Like
Okay.
he just hit the jackpot for crypto that day. He was excited.
Right on. All right. Well, what do you say, boys?
I'm ready.
Right.
Yeah, my brain's already shot. I'm just pretending. to talk about
Good
stuff.
pub. I enjoyed it.
Just got here. What the
Yeah,
fuck?
no, it's a good time to leave.
You're a little
Yeah.
late, Top.
How often does that happen, Top? You show up and everybody leaves.
I
Usually
know.
it's Mr. Kelsey that closes the show.
Yeah,
I'd
Kelsey.
like to see.
He was on the show.
I'd like to see our Canadian buddy, and then I can turn it over to him, and we can all
Skull.
go there. Yeah.
Usually doesn't start until midnight.
11:34 sometimes. I mean, I've
Yeah, we
mentioned
get
it
to
before, and he showed up like fucking Batman with the bat signal. So you never know. You got to give the boy a few minutes. Boy, he's probably close to my age.
Always Cup.
What do we got? What's Cup saying?
Well, this
He says he hoped we all learned something this week.
Thumb's not on, but we can raid someone on Twitch. That's all I got.
Yeah.
But this isn't broadcasted on Twitch, so I don't even think we can do that.
You just drop their link.
Yeah.
Raid. Nah, but it wouldn't say raid then.
No, just he'd be like, "Holy crap, someone's watching me." That's how that would work.
I jumped off Twitch because what ended up happening was it risked my ability to be able to watch my best buddy, Random Goon,
Right.
because sometimes people porn bombed or whatever here, and YouTube didn't notice, but then Twitch closed down my account. So
Right.
Twitch
Twitch
closed down
is
your account because of a porn bomb?
yeah, like for 7
Oh.
days. So I was like, all right, well, I'm going to stop broadcasting on Twitch because I can't always, even though since then, I don't even
Was
know.
it the anal ejaculation scene?
One of those types, yeah.
I bet it was
But I
the
missed that.
the shitting one.
It was a very nice descriptor of it. It was like, fecal matter, penis, vagina,
What?
whatever things were visible, it wrote them out, and it was like a legal thing. And I'm like, yeah, I can't deny it. Sure
You have a
did
link
happen.
for it so I can watch it?
No,
No.
no,
He cut it out. He used to cut out those.
no. I mean,
Yeah, you did. You would cut out the little porn bomb.
sometimes, but some of them I didn't. Like a lot of this stuff's available on the page. You just gotta go back and search it. It'd be hard as hell to find.
If we went on someone's Twitch feed right now, it'd just be like ass, 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 ass.
Maybe. I mean, it's hard to find stuff when it's a 3-hour show and there's like one. I mean, gosh.
We would get occasionally someone from showing up on the Twitch chat, but hardly ever.
Right. It wasn't worth risking losing my buddy.
Right, right.
So
How would you lose Goon?
He would be banned. His account would be banned. His Twitch account, so he couldn't participate. I guess he could probably create another account, but who knows?
I don't know.
You wouldn't have the multi-month run
Right.
of subscribes.
It
Right.
wasn't worth the risk to figure out, like, oh shit, I can't go back on Twitch. Like, I just stopped using Twitch as a streaming platform, so it was simple,
Oh, Urban Roots topics.
Oh
are-
yeah, too late.
Urban Roots is good. I like him. One thing I was thinking was maybe I should start broadcasting on Twitter. Any
I think you have
opinions?
to pay. I'm not sure.
That's not going to pick anybody up, though. Unless
It's
you have your
just Is it going to cause unwanted attention from you know who?
How many followers do you have on Twitter? They'll be the only ones that would see it.
Couple hundred.
Well, anybody could see it, but they're the only ones that get notified.
Yeah.
Couple hundo. I don't know. Is it stupid?
I mean, you could try it.
You need a new. Are you trying to get rid of us? You need a new crowd.
No, I don't know. What I'm asking is it going to be beneficial or detrimental?
I don't know. I have no
Depends
idea.
on what you're aiming for.
Well, good things for the channel or bad things for the channel?
I don't. I mean, I don't believe you could simultaneously broadcast on both X and YouTube.
You can.
Yeah, you could.
You can do that.
Yeah, because you could do it through OBS, and you could just.
You can cast on X.
It says that in when I go on, it gives me like 6 platforms that I could cast this to.
Yeah.
I only cast it to YouTube. I could do Twitter. I could do Instagram, but I don't really care to do Instagram because
They got live shows on Instagram?
it used to be up to 1 hour. They might have extended it.
Well, you should try it. I mean, just see what happens, right? What could go wrong?
I guess.
You only got one screen you're following, though. You'd have to. It'd be hard to follow all that shit.
Well,
My
RW,
phone? I don't. I'm on a laptop.
RW,
Yeah,
how
that's what I'm
did you
saying.
find the stream?
How did I what?
How did you find the stream?
Through Drone Tech.
Yeah, that's what I would. That's what I
Okay,
was
Drone
thinking.
Tech. Okay.
I was like, I'm gonna hang out here, and I never left. Ha
Yeah.
All right. I think we'll be ending this here, fellas.
All right. Well, happy Memorial Day to you lads.
Yes.
Yes. Happy Memorial Day to you. Oh, there's Dawn Browning. All right. Now I followed her.
There you go.
Dawn Browning.
Thumbs up all the chicken videos.
All right, fellas. You can go ahead and start Xing yourselves out, or I'm going to X you out in about 15 seconds.
Oh,
All right. Thank you, Smoke Steve.
Nope.
Very much enjoyed the pub. You have a great week. See you next.
See you, my buddy.
Y'all have a great weekend. I'll see
Peace.
you guys later, Steve.
See you, man. All right. Again, I'm going to cover what I covered earlier. Memorial Day. Urban Roots, thanks for saying that. Yeah. There were people, there were soldiers who died for wars that our country was involved in. And to those soldiers, let's get this right here. Cheers. Thank you for your sacrifice. It's Memorial Day. I'm a patriot and I love my country because my country is all that I know. That's right. Be well, everybody. Sleep well tonight. Be peaceful. If you get a chance, have a little fun.